slept all night on a big white ship. Seagulls were dancing all around. I woke up with a sunrise on the sea. Such a precious gift to me. The salty breeze and the waves, the slow pace, the salty breeze and the waves. I'm at a right place.
Good morning and welcome to Arena Bussevik, just a couple of kilometers southeast from Karlskrona in southern Sweden. We are at the same arena as we had yesterday in the Middle East, so everyone who followed us from there might remember the terrain around a little bit. And as you can see, it's beautiful weather in South Sweden. It's blue sky. It's quite convenient temperatures with 17.5 degrees right now. It's gonna be around 22 degrees then later on at lunchtime, so when we have the women's relay. So warmest temperature today to be expected around 22 degrees, which is perfect for some orienteering here. It's not only perfect conditions that wait for us, of course, it's also the highlight of the week. And I'm not talking about the party in the evening for the athletes, of many of the athletes, of course. I'm talking about the relay. And we start with the men's relay. You can see it here, 5.7 kilometers. They expect running time at around 30 to 35 minutes per leg. And the start is then gonna be in about 7.5 minutes. So the men's relay first, and then we're gonna switch at around 11 to the women's relay. This is the map. I said it before, it's the same arena. It's of course then as well similar terrain to what we had yesterday. It's not the same part of the map, especially here in the beginning parts where we haven't been yesterday. Forking right from the start, and then the southwestern part much more open, more baroque compared to what the runners faced during the middle distance race. You can see it here. They cross this street then into this section around 6 to 9 when it's quite a lot of baroque, good runnability. Of course, the marshes, you can see there is these green striped areas as well, which lower runnability. But if you keep on that small hills, then you can run rather quickly. The contour lines here only 2.5 meters, so of course it's flat. It makes the navigation very difficult. You have to use those yellow open areas. They help you a lot when you are keeping direction. 9 to 10 then. Along a leg back into this northern section. Then from 11 we have an arena passage, and it's gonna be on the last loop. And this last loop, this is actually similar terrain to where they have been yesterday. So a couple of runners already made experiences in this part. It's a tricky one, especially for a second part of the course. When you start to be a bit tired, it's totally flat here, and at around 12 you don't have that many features to navigate. It's okay as long as you have direction and focus on the map, but once you have to relocate or you end up at the wrong control, it's very difficult to get back again. And when you start to get tired, when the nerves start to kick in, of course this is gonna be a challenge for the 60 teams at the start line in the men's relay. So this is the course. You can see it, 18 controls, 5.4 kilometers, and expected running time of 30 to 35 minutes. The start runners, the runners on the first leg, they are starting to get ready here in the arena. Not all of the runners are waiting at the arena. They are a little bit outside and get them transported to the arena just a couple of minutes before the start, around, I think, 20 minutes before. So they can't hear anything from the speaker on beforehand. They get ready when their leg is getting closer. So everyone here is going to be sent off to the start leg. 60 runners, and the question is gonna beat Sweden today because they are on home soil, they are familiar with this kind of terrain, and they have very, very strong runners. But there are many other teams as well that can play quite an important role in this relay. We have it here, Sweden won, the defending champions. Switzerland with a strong team, I would say they haven't been as consistent throughout the week as Sweden has, especially in the forest discipline. Then Czechia with a strong team as well. Finland, a team to be highlighted. Hungary has good chances as well to be, well, maybe top 3, or then at least top 6. France, team to highlight here as well. And then on the second page, you can see there, number 17, Norway. They mispunched last year. They were in the lead after 2 of 3 legs then. That's why they have the start number 17 and aren't starting in the front row today. But they have a strong team as well. They have the middle distance world champion on the last leg, Sondre Olausen. I'm sure we're gonna get back to the lineups a little bit later when we have the team presentations at the start line. Quite many spectators in the arena. There's spectator races going on throughout the weeks. Many people get here. This is team number 1. You can see it here. Sweden starting out with Edvin Johansson Liljegren. Took the bronze medal in the middle distance. One of the strongest runners here, I would say. On this first leg. In this kind of terrain yesterday. This is Grazian Buhi for Switzerland. Had a good long distance, ended up in 13, struggled a bit yesterday in the middle distance. Vladimir Surb for Czechia, very good races with a silver medal in the long distance. Finland, starting out with Joona Hirvilahti, 6 in the long, 43rd in the middle. Hungary with Mihai JWOC on the first leg, not as good in the long distance as yesterday in the middle distance when he ended up in 4th position. And the last team in the front line here, France with Anton Moncel, 15th yesterday. Go back to the second row as well. Belgium, start number 7. Mats Jansen. And Mats de Smoo on the last leg, their strongest runner, of course. Denmark, Nils Elton Jokumsen, 21st yesterday. Same time, kind of terrain as today. Italy, starting with Samuel Akle. Britain, Finn Selmer Dugets. On the first leg, 17th in the long distance. Estonia, Erik Martin Zernant. And the Poland with Stanislav Drapella. They are all lined up, 60 teams, just 7 seconds left to the start. It's very, very quiet right now. And off they go. 60-man's team out in the forest. It's Finland that's coming around the corner here first into the forests. And as we have seen just a couple of minutes ago on the map, they start directly with a forking to the first control. And it's not only a light forking, you have to go quite different directions. So it's not only a couple of meters, you really have to be sure on direction navigation, otherwise it's going to be difficult for you. I think though it's quite a fair first control. You have a clear features to navigate with. Here you can get a glimpse of the forest as well. It's very, very flat. It's not very good visibility. Of course, you can run quite good, but it's very bushy in a couple of parts. And then you get on this bare rock parts, and runability gets very, very good visibility as well. So those are really the bits you want to look out for. Not only for the navigation, but also for runnability. And again, the three different options. So we have the forking spread out over two controls. If you have the one to the east, you can get this small tower there as an attack point, or you can even continue on the path for quite a while until you get these small tracks and then head up in to the terrain. I think it's the easiest one. Even if you have the middle one, you have this semi-open or open area just before the control to the north that you can use as an attack point. In my opinion, it's the one to the west that is the most tricky one. But even there, you have the small hills to the left and to the right attacking the control. But it's again, it's only 2.5-meter contours, so they're not that visible. I think this western control is the most difficult one, the trickiest one. You can see now in the screen there, the bottom right corner, that the runners start to split up a little bit. Not too clear yet how far it's splitting up. It's a very nervous situation for many of the runners. They are not that experienced. If you follow the World Cup competitions, I mean, all of the runners there, they've been running relays, important relays, many times, often have played an important role as well in their teams. There are a couple of runners here participating in the big relays like Tiomila and Jukkola. But of course, it's not the same thing representing your country in an international competition. You are nervous in the beginning of a race, or at least at the start, and it is a very important leg. The first one, you building the base for your teammates. Here's the first control. It's the one most to the east. Switzerland punching it. Other teams, I can tell you that the teams having the western control, they struggled a bit. Many of the runners got too far to the east, turned around. A small mistake for France, Ireland, Canada, Slovakia, Italy. But we're talking about 20 to 25 seconds. Meanwhile, we're waiting at the first TV control. This should be control 3. The runners have to catch control 2 before they get to control 3. So I think it's about a minute left here. We can see it. And you can spot here that many of the teams having this western control at control 1, they struggled a little bit. I don't think they lose more than 20 seconds on it, but still you can see that they dropped a bit behind. They have the chance to get closer again at the second control because they have the closest one, but still it's a disadvantage for those teams now. Many of the favorites still in a good position in this first group there with Czechia, I think, in the lead right now. Vladimir Serb. So now we are waiting here at this first TV control, and we have Czechia coming here. Vladimir Serb. Very good start. There. Then Norway in second position. Estonia with a good start. Sweden here. We have Denmark second team, New Zealand, Sweden second team, Switzerland too, I think, is there as well. Here we have this first Swiss team. This is Finland, Belgium, Germany, Hungary with two teams, the first and the second team, Czechia second team. We have now about half a minute, a bit more, since the first punch. I think we struggle a little bit with the graphics. Sorry for that. So we have bigger teams of the favorite teams. We have Hungary about 45 seconds behind. We have Finland 36 seconds behind, and Switzerland 34. So Finland and Switzerland together. And now we are back behind. I think is back again at the TV control for runners to come here. So they have one control now, control 4, just after the TV control, and then they change side of the street, going to this totally new area where they haven't been yesterday at all. And again, you can see it, how the runners look for these bare rock bits. Then you get the very typically for terrain close to the coastline, these bushy areas. You don't really want to go into them. You really try to avoid it and run around. Here we have Czechia on the way out, on the way to control 5. The bush area can see with this middle green marked on the map. And it's really worth to round them. They are thick. They keep you back. It's hard to cross them. So great start here for Czechia and Norway. Sweden is up there as well. It's one big group here from, let's say, Czechia to, I would say, France. But of course, I mean, if you're top of the group or at the very end, might differ about a minute. So you have to be careful if you dropped a little bit behind already. It's always hard to say why you dropped behind. If you didn't do a mistake, could be a forking. Talking about forkings, now they head into a section here where it is forked again. It is still Vladimir Serb having the lead here, deciding the direction. Good job here by the camera operator, following these runners for many minutes. I think he starts to lose contact. Quite good speed here by Czechia and Norway. You can see they follow to this southeastern control. Would have had the chance to, of course, use straight and you on there. Would have the chance to go earlier, not all the way to the control. Now we can see that Switzerland exits control in a different way. I think Buhi is heading all the way up to the path. And then using this path to get closer to control 6. I think that's a quite valid option. Actually, you get a bit of time to relax, maybe shake off a bit of your nervosity. If you compare this option to what Sweden and Czechia are doing, then of course you have to be more careful with direction. You have to do some navigation work.
A safe one, but still it's too long, much too long here.
Time-wise, I don't think it will matter too much.
Yeah,
Interesting option. He's the only one, at least of the teams
maybe like
with a
control
GPS, but I think
that
all of the teams have.
the first leg of the relay, you cannot win it here, but you can lose it.
So
And
let's see, it's paying
they had
off. We had
trouble in the
Switzerland
second leg. They had
first
like
team. I
had
think it was
really steady
34
speed.
seconds behind at the first
You can
TV
see
control.
he has a good speed there now. So
Could
if
be
he
less
can get
now.
14, mostly to the right at the fifth control, I think it's
Can
not
also see
an
that
option.
Norway and Czechia, they dropped
Sweden
more to
coming
the
down to
south,
the
and I
road
think
with
that
three
there's a
seats
chance that they
now.
get passed now by the other
Now it's
teams,
Norway to the
keeping
sixth
a bit
control,
closer to the red line, or at least
where
get caught again.
goes more to the left, and Norway is in contention with him. The yellow parts where Sweden steps up now is really good runner drift
Here
again.
we are behind Switzerland.
Cameraman, Switzerland with a four.
Grazian Böhi had this different route choice to control 6. Yeah, now we can spot the other runners again. I think it's kind of a relief for him. It is a risk, even though if you know that your option is a valid one, of course, otherwise you wouldn't choose it. It is nervous when you're all alone on the first leg of a relay. You can see there. Now it's Sweden's second team that is in the lead. Tula Leire with this bit smarter route to control 6, where he stayed closer to the red line. Of course, we had a forking before as well, so might differ from this one, from this option. And now you can see that once you're not on top of a hill, maybe drop into this striped area, green striped area, slows you down very much. Getting into the marshes deep costs a lot of energy. It's common control they're heading to, control 7. And then a forking again to 8. You can see how they're splitting up.
Sweden
Ula
wants to use
Leire
two to go a little bit more to the south
for
now.
the Swedish second team. I think he's heading towards this middle control, the marsh.
And in the GPS
None
we
of
can
the
see that
teams
he's
really
actually
going all the way to the hill to the south. You
France
can
is a bit behind.
guess that Norway and Poland probably on the way to at least the middle or the northern control.
Not seen much of them since then. So we will
Interesting.
see
No,
at the
no one has been to the southern one, at least if the GPS is right. Of course, it could be a bit off as well. Finland turning south now. This is going to cost Finland a couple of seconds. Jona Hirvilahti. No mistake, he had to avoid the green striped area, but if he would have kept more to the south from the very beginning, I think he would have been quicker. Many teams turning now. Belgium, Estonia, New Zealand, Latvia, Czech second team, Poland. They all had to turn back to this southern control. Switzerland, first team with a small mistake, say about 10 seconds. But they're up there, still in the leading group, together with Norway, Sweden second team, Czechia, Swedish first team, Lithuania, and Austria. Looks like
yeah, now
Swiss
the
second
ninth
team is doing a
control,
mistake, turning
and
back
the 10th
again.
control, that is the control situated right in front of the arena.
Lucas Gasser. Yeah, he's in trouble. Making a mistake to control 8. He followed the others to the most northern control at 8. Now having to turn back. Poland is in trouble as well, looking for the control. Germany and Denmark, they seem to have struggles. France dropped behind as well. And now at control 9, couple of teams that struggle. Switzerland now a couple of meters, couple of seconds behind. We're back with the leading group. Heading back into this northern part of the map. Across the road here, as you can see, and we can spot Sweden, Edwin Johansson Liljegren. It has been a lot of Norway and Czechia here on the first part of this relay, and it still is Norway giving the speed here. Here we have Hungary. So Hungary, the first team of this, let's say, chasing group, together with Switzerland and Finland. But for all of teams, I mentioned it before, it is an important leg, this first leg. But I think if you are within 1 minute, 1.5, 2 minutes, you still did a good job. A lot can happen in a relay, especially when we start to have it a bit more spread out. If you do a mistake here at one of the forkings on the first leg, of course, you have many teams around you that can help you to relocate. Probably others doing mistakes as well. If you come to leg 2 and 3, then you don't get as many teams around you. It gets a bit more difficult to relocate. You can't take advantage of others anymore. So I expect it to get a bit more spread out. I expected as well that we probably see a bit more mistakes on the second loop when runners start to get tired. And when it gets it gets even more flat than it was in the first part. Here we are waiting at control 10. This is the second TV control. And we get another indication about the times. 19 minutes on the watch right now. We are waiting for Sweden's second team. Ulla Leire seems to be in the lead, and Norway and Czechia. Seems to be Norway. Yes, indeed. And we have Czechia, we have Sweden and Poland, all within 8 seconds. Waiting for Lithuania and Australia, sorry. Good job here by Lithuania and Australia. Very good, within half a minute. And we have Norway as well with another team. We have Spain and Switzerland. 39 seconds. Then we have Finland now dropped a bit further behind, almost a minute. Hungary, 55 seconds. Then Switzerland, second team, 58 seconds. And Belgium, this is the arena passage. And those are the first teams. It's still Norway ahead of Czechia and Sweden. Then we have Poland. And you can see that now we start to have small gaps here between the different runners. And if you remember back on to how it looks like in the forest, you have sections where it's quite dense forest, so visibility is not too good if you're not on the open bare rocks. Well, here it is very, very good, but once you get into these more bushy areas, you can lose contact with the other runners quite quickly, so you have to be very careful. You have to be active on the map reading. Follow Karl Uraug Rygg, Norway, on the way to his forking here, just after the arena passage. He's not alone. Yes, Vladimir Serb just behind him.
We haven't had Denmark here yet. They were 2 minutes after when
Small hills to kind of tick off on the way to your control when you're working with your compass. But look around here, if you have to relocate with those features, that's a real challenge, and I think we're going to see a bit of that later on throughout the competition. And in my opinion, I'm not. They are all of them heading quite far to the north. You can see it here. That's very good if you have this hill a bit further in, but if you have the small re-entrant to the south, then you have to keep a bit more to the south. Looks like Australia is on a good direction to there. And if you have this one to the north, the hill, you might really want to see that stone before in order to be really, really sure about direction. If you have the one to the south, there's a green area just before the control that can help you with distance and direction. And if you have the first one, then you have an open area behind the control. Don't know how easy it is to see it. It might help you. Now you can see that Czechia starts to turn back south. Relocated, that is stone feature. Cross the marsh, probably on the way to the first of the three controls. All the other teams. Here we have someone hesitating. This is Sweden. Is it the first or second team?
It doesn't feel like total control. The Polish runner running quite fast. Maybe he has gotten his control down. Swedish turning
It's
back.
hard to say. I think it's the first team. It's very hard to say.
They don't have the numbers on the back. It's hard to see who is who.
So there's the standings after 19 minutes.
Sisi, please take that one.
I can tell you that they are teams struggling. I think Switzerland, they are on the way to their control now. Sweden's second team is too far. Norway seems to struggle. Sweden first team got the control now. Switzerland has the control, as it seems. Australia seems to have a control, if it's the right one. Swedish first team turning back. Might not have been at the right control of the team. I don't know if any of the teams has been at the right control. Switzerland has spotted the control, but seems to be the wrong one. Norway heading back. I think Hungary might be the one punching the right control. Czechia looks like they're on the way to 13. Now I think that Australia, Sweden 1 and 2, they got their control. Finland's second team back in business. Lithuania back in business. Latvia there, Belgium. I don't know about Norway. Actually, I think they're struggling still if the GPS isn't off. Here we are at control 13. with the two Swedish team and Australia, then Czechia.
So this is TV3. Let's see what's happened between
And
the
we
first
are
and
waiting at control
the
14,
second
so this is the next
control.
control.
And the second leg runners, they are warming up. The first leg has been out for 26 minutes now.
Should be another couple of seconds, about a minute until they're here. So I can tell you Switzerland still looking for the right forking control. I think he has been at both of the controls that are further away, so this means he has to go back all the way to the first one. Katjan Buhi, I think he is gonna lose a lot of time here. Switzerland in big danger. Passed by Poland and New Zealand. Norway still out there looking for the control. So two of the favorite teams, as we have the first teams here, it's Sweden 2 with Ula Leire. Then it's Czechia with Vladimir Serb. Australia in third. Very good run here for Australia, only 5 seconds behind. Belgium there with a great run. Spain, Switzerland's second team. Finland's second team. And the first team here as well, 26 seconds. Still, Switzerland and Norway looking for their control. Switzerland is almost there. Now turning away from the control again. It was not impossible to predict that it's going to be a difficult forking, this one. Just after the arena passage, maybe a few of the runners overpacing a little bit towards the arena passage, and then you start into this totally flat area where everything looks the same and you have to rely on direction. Have a couple of more teams: Denmark, France, Lithuania. Still looking at the GPS. Can see it here. Norway seems to have the control now at 12. I think that Switzerland still looking for it. I think he has already been at that control he's heading towards now. Not sure about that. Or then he was very close and didn't punch it. Norway doing another mistake at 13.
The leading pack, that Czech, Sweden 2, Australia, Sweden 1, Hungary, Swiss 2.
Meanwhile, we have the top teams towards control 15, another forked control.
The big mistake as we talked about before.
Here we are with Norway, I think. Yes, it is 2 minutes 16. Actually, he's not that far behind. If you look at the mistake he has been doing. Both of the Norwegian teams now around 2.5 minutes behind. We're waiting for Switzerland as well. They seem to be on the way to that 13th control, but I think we have to the 14th control, but I think we have to wait another 30 seconds. Meanwhile, we follow Vladimir Serb. Should have Leire close to Serb, but he's now stopping at control 15. Not sure if he's at the right forking. I don't think so. So Ula Leire has to turn back. Australia still up there, doing a great race here. He won best. And again, they have to be careful with direction. Out of 15, Vladimir Serb. Maybe getting help by this big hill. So this is the standing at TV3 on the first leg. After a lot of troubles for many of the teams, we had Sweden 2, Ula Leire in the lead ahead of Czechia, Vladimir Serb, and Australia, UN Best. Of the teams that dropped behind a bit, we can highlight Norway in 16th and Switzerland even further down. Gratian Buhi. You can see there, 23rd, 3 minutes 22. But this race is far from over, of course. All the other legs, they have to go through these forking controls as well. We follow Hungary, so I think we are back there in the group around Czechia. But Czechia struggling now. Yeah, also Hungary hesitating at the wrong control here. Australia in danger as well. They are together with Czechia. Finland looking for the control. Finland's second team has punched it. There's a good chance for them to take over the lead now. It's Eero Sorsa. We follow Sweden's second team, I think. And is it Spain? How many of the teams here? This area, you can see that Finland's second team has punched the control. Czechia and Australia, they are in trouble. They are off, quite far off from the control. We have Switzerland's second team that punched, I think, in second position. So suddenly Lucas Gasser in a very good position here. We have Sweden first team there as well. So it's not only Finland's second team. So now they punched control 17, heading towards 18. And 18 is the last control of this first leg. So here we are waiting at the last control of the first leg. A leg where we had a lot of action. Not really in the first part of the course when everyone was together, close together. And the runners could see each other. But the second part was really dramatic. Many of the teams with big problems. Talking about Norway, talking about Switzerland, Czechia still struggling out there. And here we have Sweden and Finland second team. So Edvin Johansson Liljegren and Eero Sorsa together. Lucas Gasser for Switzerland second team into third here at the changeover. So Finland second team as the first team to go out on the second leg. It will be Tommy Sivil. And for Sweden, Anton Jonsson. Top 10 yesterday in the middle distance for Anton Jonsson. And we are waiting for Switzerland's second team. Lucas Gasser is going to send out Dario Dauwalter on the second leg. And 20 seconds between Sorsa and Gasser. Now we have more teams to come. It's Denmark. We have France, Sweden's second team. I think it's Spain, Belgium, Finland. It's not Lithuania. So we had Sorsa, 34 minutes, expected running time between 30 and 35. I think with a clean race you can get to close to 30 minutes actually. So Denmark here at the changeover, Spain, France, Finland's first team, the Belgium, Lithuania. Great runs here by Belgium and Lithuania. Fortunately, Australia is struggling at control 17. It's been so close to the control for such a long time. Norway is far off again. He struggles a lot. Hungary. Here we have Hungary, Latvia, and another team from Belgium. Trying to spot other teams here on the way to 18. Switzerland now at 17, so here within a minute, I would say. But let's take Belgium and Hungary to the finish, to the changeover. So 2:28 for Hungary, 2:32 here at Australia, and Poland. I think it's Ukraine. We had Norway's second team, the first team still struggling a lot. I don't think he has been at 17, but he's very close to 18. He has to be careful in order to not jump over a control. Karl Urald Rüg. So let's see the replay here. Czechia with this big mistake. Hero Sorsa, no problems at 16. That direction for Vladimir Serb has been good control over the situation throughout the whole course, basically. Then he gets to this private area, the olive green, and this helps him to relocate. But of course, this is a huge mistake. It's close to control 16, overshooting it again. And then he gets the stone on the way to 17. More teams to the changeover here. Meanwhile, we had Switzerland there as well. Grazian Böhi, 3 minutes and 8 seconds behind. Australia, Ewan Best, 3 minutes 13. Those teams that we have seen in the lead or among the leaders for quite a couple of minutes, but then dropped behind. And Norway still looking for control 17, so is Czechia. It's a very difficult second loop here. My feeling is that it's a bit more dense, especially in the second part of the second loop. First, in the beginning of the second loop, you have this situation where you're coming from the arena passage. You should try to calm down as soon as you get into the forest again, and you have to work with good direction. And then when you get to control 15 and 16, it seems like the forest is getting a bit more dense, causing a lot of problems for many teams. Switzerland here, as I mentioned, 3 minutes and 8 seconds behind, and Czechia and Norway had big troubles at 17. There's still both of them haven't punched there. But I think we are changing now to the second leg and try to keep it up a bit and keep an eye on Norway and Czechia, but we are waiting for the first runners to get to this first TV control on the second leg, and it is Sweden, and it is Switzerland's second team, and it is Finland's second team. Anton Jonsson, Tarja Dauwalder, and Finland with Tommy Sivil. We're waiting for the second team from Sweden with Edwin Atting. We have Spain and Finland and France. Rasmus Toirila for Finland and Simon Calondry for France. We're then waiting for Belgium. I tried to go back and see if Norway, and now they got the control. Czechia's got control 17 as well. They still haven't been at the changeover. And here we have Vladimir Serb. Thomas Kuchera waiting to run out on the second leg.
Let's see what Czech can do on the two last legs now. And we are
7 minutes 15, a lot of time. Even then there as well for Australia. So he was in the lead up there, both of them at control 16, but they struggled both with 16 and 17. We're still waiting for Norway. Here we have Norway. Karl Oraug Rygg.
So then we can start focusing on the second leg with the 35 teams that haven't changed over so far.
You can see the race progress. On the men's first leg, Sorsa is 2 minutes behind at TV2, and then he changed first, so it gives you an indication about how much time the leaders lost on this second loop. If you would even take Serb and Ryd as the Norwegian and the Czech runner, they've been in the lead for quite a while. They dropped 7 or 8 minutes behind later on, so it would be even more extreme then. We are back at the first TV control. We got Norway's second team, 241 behind. We got Latvia there, 250 behind. I think it's Switzerland here. Yes, indeed, Loic Berger. Berger didn't really have the best week. He showed that he's really strong, especially physically. Good parts in the long distance, very good parts for a long time in the middle distance yesterday. In the end, he mispunched, did a big mistake as well. But he has the task now to get Switzerland closer again to the leaders. It's a bit more than 3 minutes at the moment. And Belgium there as well in 18. Then Czechia, second team, 19 New Zealand. 33 behind, and here we have Poland, France, and Italy. Back with some GPS. They are splitting up there. Sweden's second team has to be careful at control 5. A bit too far to the north, of course, can be kind of a tactic if you head towards this open area there, and then you have to control furthest to the west. A tail is 1 minute. Belgium, not a good exit from control 4. They will get stuck there at the forbidden private area. He should turn to the right, otherwise he has to go all the way around.
Check 1 is on the way to their first control.
I can't see any problems for any of the teams at control 5. 2 Swedish teams among the top 4. Finland's second team is there. Switzerland's second team is there.
The big screen and also the running cameraman searching for some runner there in the beautiful terrain of Torhamnslandet. Looks like Sweden 1, Sweden 2, Swiss 2 has a very good direction on the way to the 6th control in the lead. There is a small group following
I can see Norway there as well now on the way to the second control, and I would say it's for both, for all of the teams, Czechia, Norway, and Switzerland, who are a bit behind. You have to stay calm now in this situation. Try not to overpace. I mean, we have seen so many mistakes by runners. The second part of the course,
Belgium had some problem we saw now with turning back.
all of the warning signs should get up in your head when you hear something like that. It's very dangerous to be attacking too much at the moment. At the same time, of course, you hope a bit for a similar situation on the second leg as the runner behind, and you hope that you can get advantage of it this time.
See if he had taken some time or not.
So keep calm. It's a lot of orienteering left on the second and third leg then. Back at the first TV control, here we have Czechia. 6:42. Let me see how much it was at the changeover. 7:15, so half a minute quicker. Belgium now around this private area. No problems for Norway and Czechia. Control 2 and 3. Switzerland, I'm not sure if he punched the middle control there or if Loic Berger is heading to the western one anyway. He seems to have punched the control. France, not the best entrance to control 6. Those are the standings at TV1. This second leg, 10 teams within 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Switzerland there, 3:08 behind. That's exactly the gap they had at the changeover. And we know that Czechia a bit closer now, about half a minute quicker. Interesting here that Finland's second team and Sweden, they are splitting up. I would expect Sweden to have the control to the north and Finland to have the southern one. Very good there by Finland. That's where many of the runners on the first leg first were heading towards the northern control and then back again. Very, very rough marsh here, as you can see when we follow Tommy Sivil from Finland's second team in this area there around 8. He has to cross the marsh again in order to get to the 9th control. France with a mistake at control 6 will be almost caught by Lithuania and Switzerland. No problems there for Anton Jonsson for Sweden. First team. Very interesting to follow the second team from Sweden. Nothing, was kind of between the controls, but I think he punched control 8 now. Mistake for Switzerland at control 6, I would say. It's almost together with France before. I get some help from Hungary. Loic Berger. But doesn't help him, of course, in his task to get closer to the leading groups again, to the leading teams. Meanwhile, we had both Sweden and Finland punching at control 9. Very soon to be at the arena passage. Just one longer leg left to control 10. Now Belgium, can see it at control 6. Matthijs Brouwer struggling there, he's too far down the slope. Similar to what Loic Berger for Switzerland did a couple of minutes ago. Czechia, they punched it to 5th control without any problems, now running together with Great Britain and Austria. Norway, they just exit control 4.
Just as fast, but you have to save some power and drain energy as well.
Yeah, Norway with a mistake at the 3rd control.
After the arena passage, but two teams with a clear lead now. Sweden 1,
It's another minute, I'd say.
doing it very well. Finland 1 is going a little bit more to the right there, we can see. Sweden 2 is maybe doing the
Switzerland hesitating on the way to the 9th control, so Switzerland's second team.
interesting. Finland, Rasmus Tyrre is doing it really well here. So two Finnish teams in the top group. Spain made mistake now on number 9 and loses Finland's back.
I can see that Sweden and Finland too. They now have a gap of more than a minute compared to Finland's first team and Sweden's second team.
Third without a medal position at this moment if we need to take away the second team from each country. Anton Jonsson, Sverige.
So we follow, I think this is the first team of Finland, it has to be. Rasmus Toirila. Mistake again by Loic Berger. Control 8 for Switzerland, ended up at the wrong forking. Another perfect race here by Loic Berger. Bit too much glued to the other runners. Seems like he really tries to play out his physical card, but struggles executing a couple of the controls. Always dropping a bit behind again. But interesting then, both Sweden and Finland too, as I said, very soon to be at the arena passage and then on this second loop, and the second loop where we had so many mistakes. On the first leg, here we are at control 10, so we are waiting for Anton Jonsson and we are waiting for Tommy Civil for Finland too and Sweden. And here we have Anton Jonsson as the first one, as the first runner on this second leg, second TV control, punching right there. We are waiting for Finland now. The second team from Finland here. He is Tommy Civil. And they will be followed, Sweden and Finland, followed by Finland and Sweden, because the first team is going to be at this TV control in about a minute. Rasmus Toirila, and then Sweden's second team, Edvin Atting, about 25 seconds behind Toirila. And Switzerland struggling again at control 9. Loic Berger drops behind Ukraine, Hungary, Germany, and Italy. And as we get Chasing group to this 10th control. I think we have the leaders at the arena passage. Yes, indeed. This is Finland. About Finland a couple of meters behind Sweden. So we just missed Anton Jonsson. But back here at the TV control with the Swedish second team, Edwin Atting, in 4th position. Back at the arena passage, now we had both Finland and Sweden there. So we are waiting again for Finland and Sweden. Rasmus Toirila, here he is. Very, very strong by both, all four teams. The two first teams for Sweden and Finland here. Scandinavian terrain, of course, but it is special terrain even for the Scandinavians. It's really that kind of terrain you want to spend some time in before, because it's so flat. Not many features to navigate with. You have to learn that you have to use the yellow parts, the vegetation, as an attack point, which isn't that normal in Scandinavia or especially in Sweden. Here we had Dario Dauvalde for Switzerland. Then Lithuania. Still very good race here for Lithuania. Troy Gunnarsson. And then Spain in 7th. They are just under 3 minutes, just below 3 minutes behind the leaders. And the leaders, they are now on the way to this 12th control, where we had so many struggles on the first leg. It's gonna be interesting to follow them, and to be honest, I'm not very impressed by the direction. They are a bit too far to the north, both Sweden and Finland's second teams. Finland's second team now correcting direction, looks better for them, but Sweden maybe is saved by a marsh very soon. Here we have the chasing group at the arena passage. It's Spain, it's Switzerland's second team, and Lithuania. And now I hope that we are gonna switch to the GPS very soon, because Anton Jonsson struggles with direction to control 12. Here you can see it, almost on the way to control 15. Looks very much better for Finland. Tommy Sibyl. Now he turns back. Don Jonsson. But he's so far off the original direction, so I don't know if he's gonna correct enough here, actually. And same for Sweden too. They are in trouble there, but they might get saved by this tower. Yeah, the Finnish teams, they executed much better. Control 12, as it seems so far. Oh, France kind of jumped over the control, as it looks there. Control 10 had to turn back from the arena passage to control 10, now together with Switzerland's first team again. Yeah, Sweden looks better now with direction. You can see how flat it is if you take a look at the lower right, at the bottom right corner. So hard to relocate in this kind of terrain. And the difficulty around control 12 is that you don't have that many yellow bits. So you not even get help by bare rock sections. Now I think that Anton Jonsson punched control 12, but lost about 50 seconds. And back at the second TV control, and we had Italy there, Poland, and Great Britain. And now we also had Czechia. Tomas Kucera. So these are the standings. You can see that we had two teams in the lead. Sweden now. Anton Jonsson dropped behind Tommy Sivil. And then there's a gap to Sweden too, and another gap then to Switzerland too. Here we are at TV3, and we have Finland's second team in the lead now. Tommy Sivil executed this 12th control in a very good way, turning his second position at the arena passage into the lead. I would say about half a minute ahead of Anton Jonsson. Comes here. Yeah, a bit of direction here. Don't think that he has seen the control. Might spot the camera soon. Yeah, now. And the gap between Finland and Sweden, 43 seconds. And here we have already Finland, the first team. Doesn't do that mistake. Gets closer again to Sweden. Rasmus Toirila. Sweden's second team, Edwin Atteng. Now at this third TV control on the second leg. You have four teams within one and let's say half a minute, 1.5 minutes, and then there's a gap to chasing teams. And a couple of teams there with struggles. Switzerland's second team, Spain and Lithuania. We have to change to another forking control. So this is the replay. Look at Lithuania, Spain, and Switzerland second team. We're at the northern control, then turning south. Still at the wrong control, probably. Switzerland first team now getting closer to the lead. I think that he punched at the eastern control there. Loic Berger. So now probably on the way to control 13. It's always hard to guess because we don't got the key, the GPS key, or the forking key, I mean. But now it's not a good direction by Loic Berger. Anyway, we are waiting for Czechia's second team. Tomasek. I can see that both France and Switzerland, they're like paused there, trying to relocate. Following Sweden first team on the way to 16, leaving control 50 on this Baroque area towards northwest. And I would say we have a group of 3 now with Sweden and the 2 Finnish teams. And then there is a small gap to the Swedish second team. And if we compare that to let's say, the second chasing group there with Lithuania and two Swiss teams. I would say it's about 2.5, 3 minutes still. So even though Loic Berger does quite a lot of mistakes, many mistakes, he manages to not let the gap grow too much. Of course, I mean, he started 3 minutes behind, might be four now, but given the amount of mistakes he has been doing, it's quite a solid race performance physically. 4:52. Now for the first time, I think we also have Czechia struggling a bit. The first team I'm talking about, he had actually a very good race to the arena passage. He was about 2 minutes quicker than the leaders, from 7 to like 5.5 minutes behind, but now he's struggling at control 12. Thomas Kuchera. Poland and Hungary into 12th and 13th. Are a bit behind this group. With Switzerland just before. Then Italy in 14th. And right now Norway at the arena passage as well. And if we switch back to the leaders, you can see that Finland, the second team, and Sweden, they didn't have any problems at control 16. So very soon they are gonna be at control 17, and 17 is the last control where we had runners struggling at the first leg. On the first leg, you can see that Sweden starts to hesitate a bit too early going into the green area. And this open hill, he might be able to spot Tommy Civil punching control 17. That might save him here. Anton Jonsson just avoided the mistake there. But it's only a matter of seconds now until they show up at the 18th control. We're gonna have Finland 2 ahead of Sweden and Finland 1. Here we are at the last control, at control 18, and we are waiting for Tommy Civil, we are waiting for Anton Jonsson, and we are waiting for Rasmus Toirila. And Tommy Civil, he will send out Florian Fritzén. Sweden, Anton Jonsson is going to send out Ludwig Rosén, the silver medalist from the middle distance yesterday. And Finland won, Rasmus Toirila, sending out Apo Virkajärvi, who has an 8 and a 9 spot this week in the forest disciplines, 8th in the long distance and 9th in the middle distance. But here we have the first change. It's Finland 2, Tommy Civil. Who is the quickest one back from the second leg. Here we have Ludwig Rosén waiting for his chance to run out. And in third position then Finland 1. Apo Virkajärvi, and it's going to be a fight here as well for the medals between the Finnish first team and the Finnish second team. There's only one medal per nation. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be important here for Apo Virkajärvi to get in contact again with his teammate, or well, probably not mate today, at least for the coming 30 minutes. Back at control 18. Waiting for Edvin Atting. He's going to send out Axel Tübeck. Standing here and waiting. It's quite a tough wait. You've seen your opponents running out there a couple of seconds before, and you were forced to wait. And he has to be at the same situation, of course, as Pirkajärvi. He has to get in contact with his teammate Ludwig Rosén in order to get a medal here. Not only in contact, he has to overtake him. So here we have Sweden 2 together with the Czech second team. So Prokop Tomasek is going to send out Thomas Urbanek. And Edvin Atting is going to send out Axel Tubek as mentioned before. Here they are waiting. Tubek first. And a smile there for the Czech second team. That's the right spirit. Gonna have to try to enjoy this journey here on the last leg as well. And still, everything is possible. So many mistakes we have seen throughout the course. We are waiting now for Switzerland and we are waiting for Lithuania. Here we have probably the star of this Junior World Orienteering Championships, Mathieu Bucher, waiting for Loic Berger. Mathieu Bucher, who won the sprint relay and the long distance, finishing 11th yesterday. And you can see that Loic Berger really giving it everything on the last meters. Of course, he knows what Mathieu Bucher can do on the last leg here. But it's not all about the physicality today. We have seen that so many times already. It's all about the technique. Almost none of the runners gone through without any mistakes. So what's the time gap here? It was almost 5 minutes at the last TV control. Now it's only 3.5, so a good second part of the second loop here for Loic Berger. Actually, he started out 3:08 behind. Now it's 3:34, and he has done a couple of mistakes. Just showing you what's still possible on this last leg here. Barely anyone gets through with less than 2 minutes mistake here. Very good still. Lithuania. Good race there by Gunnarsson. Also very good race for France on second leg. Here we have Germany waiting.
Hungary has struggled a bit on the second leg now. We know that they had over the JWOC brother on the last leg, but they are down to position number 12 now. Here comes Germany. Get them across before they come here.
On the way in, sending out Loic Dikiet. Germany. What's the gap? Yeah, it's more than a minute to the next teams. Would have been good for him to get in contact with other runners. There's no one in front of him and not really anyone just behind him. But that might change early if runners are doing mistakes again. Here we are back, I think, with the leaders. It's looked like Ludwig Rosén. Can tell you no problems at the first control, no problems at the second control. So he's in the lead here at the third control, which is the first TV control. We are waiting for Finland, first team and the second team. They are now together, even though I think that the second team is struggling finding their forking. So it might be the first team. Yes, indeed. Apo Pirkajärvi now in second, so was able to overtake his teammate early on into this third leg. Yeah, he's still struggling there. Finland's second team. Julian Fritzin. So two teams at first TV control. At control 3 on this last leg of the men's relay. Ludwig Rosén and Apo Virkajärvi have been there within 37 seconds. Advantage Sweden for the home country. This position or at this time of the relay, and we are waiting for Finland too, but Finland too still struggling out there. Florian Fritzin has been at almost all of the different forkings at the second control. I think he found his control, but Sweden's second team not far away now. Axel Tybeck.
That would be too much for the Czech Republic to claim the podium, I think.
Then the teams behind Finland 2 and Sweden 2 would be Switzerland and the Czech second team. So Mathieu Bührer and Tomas Urbanek. Thomas Urbanek. Here we have Florian Fritzin, 2:46. Lost a lot of time here in the beginning. He was in the lead, heading out from the arena. So about 3 minutes of a mistake. Axel Tybeck now, 3 minutes 09 behind. I lost a minute as well here compared to Ludwig Rosén, his teammate. And here we have Mathieu Bührer, 3:22 the gap. It's actually 3:23, so it's 1 second quicker. And Ludwig Rosén, they go very, very similar in the beginning here.
It was the punch there. So he's only 3:22 after the leading Swede Ludwig Rosén at this moment. So he has gained 1 second on Ludwig Rosén on the first. So it's a really good start for both Ludwig Rosén and his JWOC teammate Mathieu Bührer.
Yeah, we're still waiting for Czechia. So I think he struggled there a bit. At the second control, this is the progress of the men's race on the second leg. You can see great race there by Finland too. Tommy Civil. Many of the runners dropped a little bit throughout the course, throughout the competition, especially Loic Berger. You can see it there. He was almost 5 minutes behind at TV3, then 2 minutes quicker from TV3 to the finish. That might be very, very important for the Swiss team on this third leg for Mathieu Bührer. Here we are waiting, I think, for Czechia's second team. Thomas Urbanek started quite exactly 2 minutes behind Ludwig Rosén. Right, I think it's Lithuania first. That's indeed Lithuania. There is Czechia. Yeah, they were together at the second control. Then Czechia with small mistake here towards the control. So we have France. A second team. And Denmark, Switzerland's second team, and Belgium. Almost 6 minutes behind. Switching focus a little bit towards control 5 and 6. The 5 is the forking, 6 common control. No problems for Sweden and Finland first teams there. Ludwig Rosén still going Yeah, running like on rails here. Perfectly executed. Well done as well for Apu Virkajärvi. The gap there still, well, I think it's grown a little bit from 37 seconds to around 50, 55, but we had a forking at control 5. I think Finland 2, they punched there, Florian Fritzien at control 5, heading north now. We've seen that before on the first leg, I think it was Gratian Bui. Playing it safe, going all the way to the north, taking different routes to the compared to the others. Can switch focus back to this TV control. Belgium there a couple of seconds ago, then Hungary. Now having Italy here in 13th position. And this is the first team from France in 14th. Nathan Philibert. Interesting. Talking about control 5 to 6 again, so the forking out there. We have Switzerland going straight. Sweden second team, I think they punched approximately at the same time as Switzerland. Heading north as well to the option where we had Finland 2, Florian Fritzien. So now we have Fritzien and Sweden's second team. On this more running around route, and Mathieu Bührer glued to the red line. This is the replay of the beginning. No problems there. And this has to be the second leg then. The replay. Loic Berger here for Switzerland. Many troubles around control 8 and 9. And then here, it's very interesting. Second loop, first Sweden. Both of the teams heading too far to the north. And Finland 2 with a mistake there at control 14. And doing a great job at control 17. Taking his collar to the lead at the changeover. And Norway again, you can see they struggle a lot today. A big mistake for Norway. He was already almost at 15 before he was at 12. And we are waiting now, I think, at... It's very hard to say. We not even have a runner in the picture. Could be somewhere around 9, maybe. If it's 9, then we're waiting at the fourth control, so it's not be 100% sure that we're going to see Ludwig Rosén here. Could be that we are waiting at 7 as well for Finland 2 and Switzerland. I think we're waiting at control 8 at one of the forking controls, but I'm not really sure who we are waiting for because Finland 1 has another control. So I can give you a small recap here. We have Sweden 1, Ludwig Rosén still going very, very good here. No problems at all at control 8 or 9. Then behind we have Finland. Now it's, let's say, more than a minute behind. And we are waiting now at control 8. And we have two teams should show up there soon. It's Switzerland, Mathieu Bührer, and Finland 2, Florian Fritzien. They are together now. They passed the second Swedish team. Axel Tubeck. Those are the standings at the first TV control. So this is already about 10 minutes ago. Yeah, not really 10 minutes, but 7-8 minutes ago. We have Sweden here, the defending champions. And in this team, there's only one of the runners, Ludwig Rosén, who has been running last year already. Then he was running the first leg. Came back as 7th, 52 seconds behind the lead. Meanwhile, we follow Mattia Bührer. His punch control 8, a couple of meters ahead of Florian Fritzén, who's now on the way to 9. Where we have Finland, the first team, Apo Virkajärvi, struggling a bit. I think he missed about 50 seconds at control 9. Actually, the gap between Finland, who are in first position, and Switzerland, not very big. Here we can see the control. So this is the replay now of this third leg with Finland 2, a couple of struggles there. And then look at this now, from 5 to 6 different options then by Finland, Switzerland and Sweden. And look at Finland, first team, struggling at 9, doing a mistake there just between the controls. I would say about 45 seconds mistake. So now it's less than a minute between Finland's first team and Switzerland's. But in the lead, still going very, very strong. Ludwig Rosén for Sweden. Different approaches as well. Bührer going more straight, even to control 10. Sweden first team and Finland's first team, they both decided to round this a bit rougher bit. Here we have Ludwig Rosén, the first runner to punch at TV2, so very, very soon at the arena passage on the last leg of the men's relay. Then heading into this second loop, and it's a difficult one, especially the first control has proven to cause a lot of problems for many of the runners, so this is going to be very interesting to follow. We are waiting for the teams behind. We are waiting for Finland. The gap there should be a bit more than a minute. That's not Finland. Here we are behind Finland. On the path. This is Finland 2, Florian Fritzén. But we should have Finland, the first team, in a couple of seconds at the TV controls. They haven't got the punch here into the system. Ludwig Rosén at the runover at the arena passage. Probably getting a bit of advice there from the coaches, or a hint on how big the gap is at the moment. It is 1 minute and 17 seconds compared to Apo Virkajärvi from Finland. And earlier it has been 3:22 down to Switzerland with Mattia Bührer. He's gonna be the third one at the control. Here is already. So the gap only 1:42. So it's almost 2 minutes quicker. In the second part here, it's a very good run by Mattia Bührer again. This is Estonia, but it's not on the last leg here. Here we have Virkajärvi. Just spot him getting some water. But now, of course, very interesting because Matthew Bures gonna get a bit of advice. He's gonna get the information from the coaches that he's very, very close to Virkajärvi. And this is a little bit different from runner to runner, what you wish to hear. I'm not exactly informed about what preferences Matthew Bures has, but many of the runners, they want to know at least if they have a chance, if they get closer or not, because it might affect a little bit the tactics on the last loop. But for Mathieu Bure, I would say it's very much about attacking because he's 2 minutes behind the leaders, and we have seen so many things happening on the last loop before. So the race is very much alive here. Yeah, the Florian Fritzén as well at the TV control, at control 10. Rosén, I can tell you, on the way to the 12th control, seems like he's having this small re-entrant. He's close to the control, he's just at the border of the circle right now. He's hesitating though, you can see. Very much slower moving at the moment. I don't think he would be hesitating if he would have any of the other two controls already. Might see the small tower there. That will give him a bit of help with direction or distance at least. Now I think he has control over the situation. Punch the control there. So bit of hesitation at control 12, but could avoid a bigger mistake. A chance there for Finland and Switzerland to get approximately within a minute. Switzerland now, Peter has to be careful in order to not do what many of the runners did and get too far to the north. Here we have Axel Tübeck, the second Swedish team. 3:43 behind. And all the teammates gathered together here. And it's problems for Switzerland. He's doing exactly what we have seen from the two Swedish teams the previous leg. Getting too far to the north might have something to do with runnability there, because if you keep a bit more to the south, you get into the striped areas, and it's very convenient to just round it a little bit to the north. For him, it's to hope that he gets saved by this marsh, gets an indication about direction, but of course there are many marshes on the way to the control, two controls behind, so it might not help you. But Finland, first team now within a minute again, behind Rosén. And Bure dropping behind a little bit again. Got a gap between Virkajärvi and Bure. 35 seconds at the TV control. Now it's more again. Here we have Ludwig Rosén at TV control at control 14. And still he's all alone. And what I liked very much about his race is that when he started to be unsecure, he stopped more or less, relocated, hesitated, but didn't do any mistake. That's very good. Now I think Bure got his control at 12, but he is quite exactly 2 minutes behind. And 1 minute behind Finland. Back with Ludwig Rosén. one of the Baroque parts towards control 15. It should be Finland then, Abu Pirkajärvi. Yes, indeed. There, the gap is 1:05. The runner behind is from a previous leg on the US team. Not in the fight for the medals here. Back at the arena passage. Second Swiss team here. We had also Denmark there and Belgium. Lithuania is close here as well, and Hungary. We are waiting for Mathieu Bure, showing up in the picture here at TV3, but I wonder if that mistake wasn't too big there at control 12 and 13. Now it's 1:49, 44 seconds. The gap between silver and bronze. Rosin again, perfect to 15. I'm not 100% sure about it, but I think it's not a forked control. 15 and 16 on the last leg. It shouldn't be if it follows the standard rules here. So all of the teams probably having this 15th control that Ludwig Rosin punched, and then the control furthest away at 16, just behind the green area. Makes it a bit more difficult to spot the feature, of course. Slightly different approaches between Bure and Virkajärvi. Virkajärvi going a bit more to the north and Bure staying to the south, getting a bit more of the open Baroque areas towards the control. And Bure has great speed. The question is he gonna find the control as well? He's now approximately half a minute behind Finland. Talking about Finland, here is the second team, Florian Fritzén to the TV control. The gap there up to Finland 1, which is the interesting mark because they have to overtake them in order to get a medal. It's 2 minutes and 16 seconds.
Last time it was Axel Tybeck and Sweden with the second team when France passes with two teams here at the arena.
Waiting for Axel Tybeck, Sweden. Here is the gap between the two of them. Last TV control was quite exactly 50 seconds. As still around there. So similar speed for Fritzén and Tybeck. Yeah, and Rosin now close to control 16. Looks very, very solid. Very, very good. You can also see there the speed still great. No hesitation at all. That looks 100% sure.
We can see Ludwig Rosén running with a cameraman behind him.
Actually, I think he's already on the way out.
Control now, where Czech Republic had so big problems on the first leg.
I don't think this is really live there. The GPS, I mean. So might be a bit behind. I think he crossed that yellow line earlier. So might be on the way to 17 already. And then if he gets control 17 into a very well-deserved gold medal spot, because this was just impressive, this last leg here. Probably the first one getting through without any bigger problems. I don't want to take it on beforehand though. There's still one control to come. Now on the edge to the green area. And really diving into this green section. There's the control, so no problems at the second to last control. Getting out on this semi-open area and very, very soon to be at control 18, the last control. It seems to be sure that we have the defending champions as the champions again today. Sweden with a strong competition, especially here on the last leg by Ludwig Rosén. And now we can see that he even takes a couple of meters walking.
They are going to defend the title from last year's JWOC relay, the Swedish boys with Ludwig.
And what a race throughout this competition by Sweden. They changed in second after the first leg, changed in second after the second leg as well. We're not free of mistakes, but they kept them to a very good low level. No bigger mistakes. When they hesitated, then just for a couple of seconds, or were able to keep the mistakes below a minute at least. And here we have Ludwig Rosén now taking Sweden to the gold medal. They defend their title. Edvin Johansson Liljegren on the first leg, Anton Jonsson on the second leg, and Ludwig Rosén on the third leg. And I think he's going to be joined by his teammates very, very soon in a competition that has proven to be very technical and difficult in the flat forest of South Sweden. It is the home country again, securing the gold medal here in a very impressive manner. Three runners, all three of them with a good performance today. So here they are, they have time to celebrate, jump over the finish line. I think it's a good idea to turn our focus back on the fight for the silver position, but I can tell you that Bure struggling at control 17 a little bit. He's close to the control, but not perfect there. So we have Finland with the second with the silver position. You can see Apu Virkajärvi asking one of the coaches about the situation, gets the information that he secured the Finns the silver medal. So Joona Hirvilahti, Rasmus Toirila and Apu Virkajärvi getting the silver medal here. They had a tough fight against their second team, the second team that changed in first position after 2 legs. I'm sure many of the runners here a bit nervous about getting a medal, even though they're running for the first team in Finland. Back at the last control, we are waiting now for Switzerland and Mathieu Bure. Switzerland had quite a roller coaster of a run. A good start by Buhi, Gratian Buhi, but he struggled then towards the end, lost about 3.5 minutes. Loic Berger with good heart in between kind of continued his journey here at the Junior World Championships, where he always showed that there's a lot of talent in him, and doing mistakes every now and then. And then on the last leg, Mathieu Bure again with a very strong performance. He went out, I think he was 3.5 minutes behind. Yeah, 3.5 minutes behind. He is closer to that gold medal, but he was very, very close to a silver at the arena passage. He struggled a little bit then at control 12 and towards the end, but I think they are satisfied with the bronze medal here after the performances they had. And I have to say that as a continental nation, it's very good, especially on junior level, where the runners not that experienced yet can compete and can keep the same level as the Scandinavians. So I think they're gonna be quite happy with that result. Next team to the finish, it's gonna be Finland. Second team here, Florian Fritzin. Good performance throughout the competition. I mentioned it before. They were in the lead after 2 legs after Iro Sorsa and Tommy Civil. Florian Fritzén mostly struggled in the beginning before the first TV control.
And now we have many teams at the pre-warning. Usually, they have not punched there yet. Yes, they have. It's Switzerland 2, Hungary, Lithuania, and France.
Yeah, there's already the debriefing going on. And the finish, and of course the Swedish man, they're waiting not only for the first team but also for the second team. So after Finland having both their teams to the finish, now also Sweden on the way to get the second team to the finish line into 5th position. Very strong for Sweden, second team as well. Later on the first leg, Edwin Atting on the second leg, and Axel Tybeck carried over the finish line. Don't think it's going to be a problem, but I'm not sure if it's allowed to help a runner over the finish line if you're very strict glued to the rule book. Of course, that won't be a problem. He played that Superman gesture, carried him over the finish line here. Switching focus a bit back there, should be Switzerland's second team. On the way then, so we have 5 teams in the finish, you can see it there. Switzerland's second team on the way as well. Unfortunately, their GPS, and now we're back there at control 16. So Jonas Vogel. And then Hungary, Lithuania, France, and Norway. Norwegian teams kind of disappointing today. We have seen the first team struggling a lot on the first leg already. And it's so hard once you drop behind and you have to be attacking and orienteering in order to get back again into a good position. Of course, you risk that you do more mistakes and drop even further behind. And it's easy to say that just keep calm, even though you're 5-6 minutes behind. That would be a tough one for the elite runners. It's probably even tougher in the junior class. Kind of a similar situation for the Czech team. Czechia so good in the beginning. Vladimir Serb on, big parts on the first leg, really in the driver's seat, but then struggled at 16. Big mistake there, and 17 as well. And here we can see Jonas Vogel. And the picture, bottom right corner, on the way to the last control. So then we're gonna have 2 teams from Finland, 2 teams from Sweden, and 2 teams from Switzerland within the top 6. So there's still a fight for the official 4th spot, and we have France there, Hungary, and Lithuania. Looking back there, Jonas Vogel on the way to the finish line. He will take his colors into 6th spot in the competition. I'm talking about 6th spot in the competition because it's the first nation that counts. So we are still waiting for the fourth nation to the finish, and it seems to be France with an advantage. Good result there for Switzerland's second team. Here we have France. Nathan Philibert.
Having a battle with Hungary 1. Let's see if it will be France or Hungary taking the fourth position.
Yeah. It's not hard to guess whether he is satisfied or not with this result, but let's take France to the finish. Nathan Philibert, fourth nation, seventh position in the competition. And you can see that he was able to overtake 8 teams, Nathan Philibert. So even though he lost a bit of time compared to the quickest runners, it still did a very good race. And here we have Hungary into fifth position, fifth nation. You can see that they have been fifth nation last year already. Martin Chobot clapping there for Lithuania into sixth nation. That's a very good result for Lithuania. You can see that they have start number 18, so from 18th to 6th. For the teams to come to the last control, we have Czechia, Germany, Belgium, and Ukraine. And here we have them all together. This is going to be an interesting finish. Then Poland, I think, is in the fight as well. So let's see who's going to take this fight here for the next position. For position 7, it's Germany in the lead right now of those teams. Let's see here, still Germany in the lead in order to get a good position here into 7. Talking about a very much better result this year compared to last year. Is it? Who is it? I think it was Germany from with bid number 30 into 10th position today, and even better nation. I think it was 7th nation there. It's a very good result as well for Germany. Czechia, a bit disappointing. They had such a potential in their team, and I can mention it again. On the first leg, we have seen that jersey many times in the leads. But here, the Serb with a great start into the competition. Here we have the results, the standings at the finish with the top 10 teams, with Germany that we saw just finishing there as the first team of that group of, I think it was 4 runners. Czechia, Poland second team, and Norway second team behind. And position 11, 12, and 13. This is the race progress. Among the top 6 teams, you can see it there. Ludwig Rosén just stayed in the lead for the whole competition. Lost a bit of time from TV2 to the finish, but of course he could play it a bit more safe. Bührer with a great start into the competition, especially on the first half. You can see it here on the replay. So we still had Finland 2 in the lead after changeover, and he did a mistake there at the second control, Florian Fritzin. Well, about Sweden, it's to say that Rosén is going straight almost everywhere, not doing any mistakes. Finland with a mistake there at control 9. Bührer with a very strong first loop, then doing his mistake here. Was almost in contact with Finland at the arena passage, getting closer again, almost in the fight again, Mathieu Bührer, but then missing control 17. No big mistake of the top 3 teams on the last leg. That was very impressive, and especially that Ludwig Rosén was able to keep that lead. Let's hear from them.
Edvin, Anton and Ludwig, winner of the Junior World Champions in relay. For the second row from last year also, you were defending the victory. But what was the winning strategy of today, Edvin?
To just focus on your own orienteering the whole race. We knew that it was going to be a lot of forkings and also really challenging controls, so focus on your own.
Yeah, the same. We knew it was going to be very difficult, and if we just do our own thing, we're going to be up there. So yeah, just focus on your own orienteering.
And the last thing we said last evening was also to have a lot of fun.
And you had, I hope. So a big applaud to the winner of the Junior World Championship 2026, Sweden, in the men relay.
Big congratulations. And we prepare ourselves for...
Short interview there with the Swedish team. Of course, very happy about the victory. And again, we have the results here, the final results with the top teams. Many of the first and second teams there for in the top 6 with both or all 3 of the nations, Sweden, Finland and Switzerland, having both of their teams within the top 6 there. A good generation of runners coming for those countries. Right now we have 13 teams in the finish. The 10 we have in the standings here, and plus Czechia, Poland's second team and Norway's second team. And we are waiting then for the flowers ceremony, which is going to be held in just a couple of minutes. So what can we take with us from this men's race here before switching to the women's race? It is a very technical race. It is a bit similar to what we have seen yesterday in the middle distance, but of course it's a bit more nervous, adding the mass start to it and the relay situation. We've seen a lot of dramas, many mistakes, especially on the first leg, on the last loop of the first leg. So this is going to be something that we can take with us to the women's race. Expect it to be similar there. Not as many teams at the starting line then, but still a lot of action waiting for us. Here we have the top 3 teams with the defending champions on the home soil, Team Sweden. I said it before, they changed second after the first leg, they changed second after the second leg, and were able to win the race then on the last leg. Switzerland with a different journey. The first 2 runners struggled at one point at least throughout the course, as many others did. Then had Mattia Bührer on the last leg, taking them closer with a solid race to the top 3, and then even within the top 3. Finland, they had a tough fight against their second team. The second team there changed in the lead after 2 legs. So important there for the first Finnish team to turn this one around and get the silver medal. And here the champions again from Sweden with Ludwig Rosén, who was in the team already last year, then on the first leg. And we can of course keep this result in mind when we change over them to the women's race, because I think we're gonna have quite a similar favorite there as well. When we get the Swedish team again at the starting line. Not as the defending champions, because that's Switzerland, but as probably the biggest favorites for the race.
So in 10 minutes we will have the start of the women race. So next change some scenes here and focus and be ready for the women's race. Some more teams are coming in here in the men's relay. We saw on the GPS that Denmark had
It
a
is
really
sunny
tough ending,
in
Australia finishing here with the Cooper
the
Morley.
arena Bussevik in
Number 18 reaching the finish line,
southeastern
but we
Sweden.
also have some second teams here.
It's very close to the coast, just a couple of kilometers outside Karlskrona,
Australia 1 and Belgium
close to the
18.
sea here. It is sunny, but it is not as hot as it might look like on the picture. It's around 22 degrees. It's perfect weather. It's a Swedish summer at its best. Not too hot, but sunny. Perfect conditions for a relay for this last day of the Junior World Orienteering Championships, and great terrain as well. We had that both in the middle distance and in the long distance as well. Great forests here, very specific, very special kind of terrain. It's really that kind of terrain where you want to have visited this one, because if you just dive into it without any preparations, it's very hard to really be aware of what's waiting for you. You have to work a lot with vegetation in your navigation, which is special for many of the Scandinavian runners. That's much more common on the continent. But let's switch to the women's race now. 15 controls here, 4.9 kilometers, so about 800 meters shorter compared to the men's race. Winning time is estimated winning time about the same, so 30 to 35 minutes. We can say that the guess we had in the men's race was quite okay. It was quite good. It was 103 minutes compared to the 105 minutes predicted. I think we can take those 105 minutes here as well as a good indication about the length of the courses. Of course, we're gonna see a bit of the map as well. Also in this preview, not only later, here we have it. It is the same area as the middle distance, or parts at least. The last loop is exactly in the same area as yesterday. We haven't been, or the runners haven't been in this first part. They came into the competition more to the east there, up north towards the arena yesterday. It's a similar start as in men's race. We have TV control at the third control, at the forking early on. It's very similar. It's basically the same, but then after control 4, there's a shortcut here, getting into the forked area into this open one, so they don't have to cross this quite deep marsh, but they can round it. Not that many problems in this section. A couple of problems at control 6, but not as many as then on the second loop. The same long leg to the TV control, second TV control at control 7, with different options where you could go on the street and then the path around, or as we have seen many of the runners going straight there as well. I think it's about the same when it comes to the times. Arena passage from 8, and then this very difficult forking around 9, where especially when you don't have direction out, the right direction out from the arena passage from the beginning, it's so hard to relocate. It's so hard to get back again and take one of these yellow bits to navigate and correct direction. Forking at 12 for legs 2 and 1, and also 13, and then it's a common control in on the last leg. The second part exactly the same as in the men's race, so we can expect exactly as much action here as well in the women's race. And I mentioned it before, it's not as many teams in the women's competition. We had 60 teams in the men's race. It's 48 teams when we change to the women's competition here. Defending champions Switzerland. But probably the biggest favorites in this race as well, Sweden. On home soil, they have spent quite a lot of time here training, preparing, of course. Other nations have been here as well, preparing. I said it, it's very, very special terrain. You have to really try. Once you get a bit unsecure on the way to your control, you have to stop. You have to listen to warning signals. It's hard to relocate on the go. I've already mentioned Switzerland and Sweden as good teams here at the start line. Of course, you have to mention Czechia, Finland, Norway, and a couple of other teams with good runners, especially like Croatia has strong runners, very young team on leg 2 and 3. They're a bit depending on, though, that they are with a group after the first leg. Here we have the lineup, the start list. Start at 10 past 11, so in less than 3 minutes. We've seen that from the men's race. Of course, it's important to have a good start into this competition, but it's not a competition where everything is lost if you're 2 or 3 minutes behind. We had, for example, Switzerland with almost 4 minutes behind after the first leg in the men's race. They still got a medal in the end. And given the fact that we have less teams at the start line here in the women's race, I could imagine as well that the gaps get a bit bigger between the teams. That we could see 1 or 2 teams getting away from the others, opening gaps earlier. But that's enough with speculations. Let's take a look at the lineup. This is Switzerland, and on the first leg we have Henriette Radzikowski. She will be followed by Mira Werder and Rachel Markser. Sweden, first team, starting with Tilja Olsson. They will have Freya Järne on the second one and Felicia Persson on the third one. So 2 gold medalists from this week. This is Czechia, Eliska Tomanova. Finland, starting with Anni Mäki-Okkonen. Norway, Jenny Danevat. On the first leg, Elise Renard and Mina Wingstedt. Then on leg 2 and 3, Hungary, Esther Golda. Yeah, and now we have to hurry up here. Getting out of the way, let's take France here as well. Melissa Trochu in the first leg. Interesting names then, especially on the third leg with Fanny Delay. Only a couple of seconds left until the start of the women's race, or the last race of this week's Junior World Orienteering Championships. 48 teams now out in the forest or on the way to the forest, fighting for the last set of medals in Karlskrona, southern Sweden this week. I have to be careful here in order to not overpace. We start directly with orienteering, with technical controls, with a forking, of course. Here we are waiting at the start point. You can see that it is, when there's vegetation, it's quite dense. It's low trees, small trees, taking away a bit of the visibility, especially when it's marked green on the map. It is close to the coastline, so it can be quite bushy as well. Which leads to that you often run in kind of a slalom. The way to your control, you have to be careful to not get off direction. I think that's the key point here. Work with your compass. Be careful with direction and stop when you're unsecure. And then, of course, once you get up on hills, as you can see it here, often bare rocks on the top, visibility is good, runnability is good. And also, as we see in Finland, you can take advantage of paths every now and then. So use it. For example, if you have the control here to the east, the first one, can spend a couple of meters on the path and then head up into the forest where the tracks, small tracks leave. Especially when you're nervous, it's very good to have a clear tactic in the beginning. You follow behind Finland, Danny Mäki-Hokkonen, 35th in the long distance, 14th then yesterday in the middle distance. Interesting that no one in Team Finland has been running the relay last year for the first team. They're gonna have Lotta Nivukoski and Anni Jantunen on the leg 2 and 3. Here you can see it's quite obvious that they're splitting up on the 3 different options with Denmark, Switzerland's second team, and Great Britain. Very much to the west. Then we have Australia, Croatia, Ukraine, and Czech second team in the middle. And Finland first team in the driver's seat to the most eastern control. It seems to be a bit of an overload of people on the eastern option. They will probably then continue to the small hill in the middle. Yeah, no hesitation here. Turning back again. Trying to spot if there are any problems here for any of the teams. Switzerland's second team and Croatia overshot the first control a little bit. Not really a mistake, they just lose positions in the group. See that Sweden first team, they seem to be first team to approach this longest control, followed by New Zealand, Finland as well, changing direction, probably have this control as well. And now it's only Switzerland and Norway's second team. A bit further to the east, on the way to the second control, I think they're gonna go to this knoll.
We have just started up the women's race. They're on their way to the second control.
We'll then have the TV control at control 3.
I think they lost a bit. Spain is running really good. Sweden, Switzerland, Hungary, many top nations are on the way now.
Especially focusing then on teams probably dropping a bit behind already.
The exact position of which team are in the top. And when we see the courses, the first loop is a little bit shorter for the women.
It's not splitting up that much yet. We have Denmark's second team with struggles together with Canada and the US team. Italy dropped a bit behind Germany's second team, Australia's second team. But now we are waiting at the first TV control. And this women's race, we are at control 3. And we have been out there for 6 minutes and 12 seconds. Expect to see Spain and Finland as the first teams here. At least if we can trust on the GPS. Here we have two teams. It looks like Finland and Spain, but Finland first. Has the lead. Anni Okkonen is in the lead there, out from the start already. Then we have Spain. We have Sweden. Tilja Olsson. Switzerland here, together with Finland's second team. Norway, and now there are a lot of teams coming here, so no real gaps yet. Probably easier to name the teams that haven't been there. You can see that Germany's second team still on the way, Australia's second team, Turkey, Great Britain's second team, Italy struggling at first control. But 30 teams within 45 seconds. And Finland in the lead. Anni Okkonen looked strong already out from the start, really wanting to take this leading position, doing her own orienteering in the beginning. Can be kind of a strategy in order to avoid nervous situations. If you're in the lead, you can decide yourself where to go. You don't see the others around you that much, getting distracted. So after control 4, we're gonna have the shortcut in the women's race compared to the men's race. Kind of a transportation leg to 5.
They must go to number 7, and that's the control before the arena passage. Here is the positions at the first TV control.
Very strong start by Spain. Monica de Miguel Armisen.
Austria, Germany, Slovenia, and Portugal. All these teams within 1 minute, so not so big things that happened before, but then we saw the men's races after the...
We're back with GPS. You can see that the first teams, they have punch control 4. Still Finland in the lead, followed by Spain. And Switzerland's second team. Sweden, Norway's second team, Switzerland's first team, Hungary, Sweden's second team, Czechia's second team, Finland's second team, Denmark, Norway, Croatia, New Zealand, Australia, Ukraine, Spain's second team, Great Britain. They all are there in the group, a big group. And this kind of transportation leg to control 5, where we have the next forking. I don't think the forking this one should be that much of a problem. I mean, we have almost all of the teams together still. You have clear attack point. It's very easy to see who's going to be to the left control, who's going to be to the right. So if you're just following and focusing on your map carefully, it should be easy to see what controls the runner in front of you are heading towards. It's much more difficult when you come from like right after the arena passage and you run out into a flat area where it's only a small difference in angle how you exit from the last attack points. Then of course there's a bigger risk that you end up doing a mistake. But now we see that Anni Mäki-Okkonen struggling here, hesitating. There are more runners around her. Switzerland there as well. And now they have punched the control. They were close to the control, so it was not a question about being at the wrong forking. It's more a question about not seeing the control itself. I think that's Spain. They have to go to a different control, so they're not really in this group anymore. Looks like Croatia is on that way as well, and now it really happened. But I would suggest that if you had to one of the other controls, you would have needed to go a different way and not follow the others. To this control. And again, hesitations here, close to the control. We're there at these marshes just around control 6. I think they overshot the control by a couple of meters. Turned back, you can see that Sweden first team, if you have this 5th control, which is more to the south, you should exit control 4 a bit more to the south and then follow this southern open field to the control, and not head towards the northern part of it, because then I think you lose about 20-25 seconds. That's what Croatia did, that's what Sweden did, Czechia did, many other teams as well. New Zealand, Estonia, just Great Britain, to name a couple of others as well. And those the teams in the lead already out from control 6. Now heading towards control 7, which is the next TV control just before the arena passage. You can see Spain here, saving some energy already. Not that quick as the Scandinavian runners when it's a bit more rocky on the ground, but still up there, doing a good race here in the beginning. They're heading out to this street where you either can go straight in, but it looks like they are gonna run around to control 7. Now this second group, the group that had control 5, the southwestern one, on the way to the 6th control. But they are, let's say, about 45 seconds behind the leading group. Switzerland's second team, and Switzerland first team, Hungary, Finland, Spanish second team, Denmark, Poland. We are following Anni Mäki-Okkonen and Rahel Goods over Finland and the Swiss second team here. None of the teams in the leading group chose to go straight. I think that's quite reasonable. If one of the teams in front of you is going around, I think when you have a situation like this where both of the options are quite similar, on the first leg you don't have to risk anything. Keep to the others, keep close to the others, you don't have to decide the race. Here you can see that Henriette Racikovsky coming into the picture, improving her position in the group, getting up to her teammate, Nate from the second team. We are waiting at the second TV control in the women's race. Just before the arena passage, it's still about 20 to 30 seconds left until we're gonna see the first runners there. We had about, yeah, we had 31 teams within a minute, and then a small gap, or a gap of a minute, to the 32nd team at the first TV control. It's less team, it's more spread out now. Interesting as well, just before control 7, the runners split up a bit. Switzerland's second team and Finland, they go more straight, whereas Switzerland's first team, Spain's second team, and Hungary, they choose to round the green area a little bit. Gonna see the result here in a couple of seconds. Which option was quicker? So we are waiting for Switzerland. 2 teams from Switzerland: Finland, Spain with his second team, Hungary, and Denmark. Still no team in the picture. Here we have one. It looks like Hungary. Yes, indeed. So it's the teams running around. There we have Switzerland as well. So Hungary ahead of Switzerland 1. Then we have Spain, second team. We have Finland, but a couple of meters away. Doing a small mistake here to this control. Still waiting for Switzerland's second team. Now we have Denmark there. We had Finland with punch there, 22 seconds behind now. Switzerland's second team. Small miss here together with Finland to the 7th control. Next team to come here looks like Poland. First team, then Sweden's second team. Lithuania, Norway, Australia, Slovenia, Czechia. You can see here, so we have the second Finnish team there, Norway's second team and first team. Sweden's second team still waiting for the first team. Here we have her 1:21 behind, Tilia Olsson. She lost time there at the forking at control 5, but it's 1 minute and 20 seconds. We know that from the men's race. It's far from over if you're within 2 minutes. Spain, France, we had there as well. Meanwhile, we have the first teams at the arena passage. They are now on the second loop, and they start their journey towards the 9th control, this difficult forking option. This is the replay, and again, if you have that control there to the southwest, you should take a different option. You should head to the south first, out from control 4. That's where Sweden loses time. And then on the route here as well, probably a bit more difficult to execute. You don't get the rest you could need in your heads to the next control. Here we are now on the way out from the arena. You can see here it is very open. You can use this open area, this yellow bit, for navigation. Something that many of the runners didn't use in the men's race. I think it's a smart move to follow this yellow area. Every meter you get closer to the control and you can be 100% sure where you are. It's a good meter. Then try to tick off those hills, the small hills, the yellow areas. On the way to a control, still second team from Spain is there. Swiss teams are there. Hungary is there. And now they have to be careful. Now they are going a bit more to the north. That's for sure good for a couple of teams, but other teams have to go to the south, more to the south. You can see it there. It's only Finland, a couple of meters further south compared to the group. And I think she's heading towards this re-entrant or then to the marsh behind. Anila Kjokkonen. All of the teams here, they have a good direction. No, none of the teams far off, far to the north.
TV control when Hungary slows down. It's tough running out there. The blueberries are quite high, so you have to lift your feet.
I think that's something else than blueberries, but it's still very rough.
Now we're following Hungary perfectly to this control here.
Hungarian, good speed still from her.
Well done.
And we cannot see any really big mistakes at the
I think
moment.
Finland got the controls well. Switzerland has to be careful. Swiss first team kind of between two of the controls, now heading north. But we're gonna have the next TV control at control 11. So I think that's Switzerland's second team. They got the control. Hungary got the control. Spain's second team got the control. I'm quite sure that Switzerland's first team is at the wrong control. She is stopping in the middle of the circle, something you don't really do when you're at the right control, especially when you have other teams around you. Yeah, that's a difficult situation now for Henriette Racikovsky for Switzerland. Spending a lot of time trying to relocate, now heading south. Meanwhile, you can see it there. So Switzerland 1 has been at the northern control, now heading south. Hungary in a very good position. We followed her with the camera to control 9.
Not all of them have control. I think Swiss have come to the wrong control. Let's see if Henriette can get control over the situation.
Sweden's second team on the way to control 10, trying to find Swedish first team.
Swiss as well. Yeah, Denmark is getting a
There they are, kind of the same situation as Switzerland. They are in between the two controls. They have to be careful. And now we are at control 11. I'll try to keep an eye on control 9 and what's happening there. We are waiting for Switzerland's second team. We are waiting for Hungary. Here we have Switzerland as the first team to punch at 11 at the third TV control. Now all alone in the lead, just a couple of seconds ahead of Hungary. So here, good. Then Hungary, Esztergolda, and Spain, second team. Switzerland, I think they found the control now. Sweden still struggling at control 9 as well. New Zealand with a small mistake there as well. I'm not sure if they have the right control yet. Austria was at the wrong control as well. I think Sweden did exactly the same mistake as Switzerland did. So Tilja Olsson has to be careful in order to not lose more time now. Her disadvantage is that they're not many teams following and kind of guiding her direction to the control. She's all alone now, just at the border of the circle of control 9. We had Finland at the TV control, and we also had Denmark, first team. This is Australia.
Big names are not here. Switzerland hasn't come
On
yet. Czech
15
hasn't come
behind
yet. This is
Milaki.
proven.
Good start here again for Australia. They already had a very good start in the men's race. This is Sweden's second team.
Second team there. 128 after. And here
And we
comes
have
Czechia.
Czechia
They have a strong team with Eliska Tomanova on the first leg.
with two teams. First and second team, of course, Slovenia, Ukraine, Norway, Poland.
Slovenia, Norway 1 and
Norway
Poland 2.
second team.
Polish second team is doing good. They are 147 after them. More teams are about to come, and they are making some big mistakes on the first leg. We can see teams
Here we have Switzerland and Norway.
It's changing fast. Here comes
This is the
Switzerland.
second team from Norway, but the first team from Switzerland. So Henriette Racikovsky lost about 2 minutes.
2 minutes mistake.
Still waiting for Sweden, and she's still at control 9.
Was the Norwegian second team, Czech,
You can see it there.
but still a second team. So
I
they are
hope for her that this was the right control and that she's on the way to control 10 now. Because she has been at the northern option, that would then mean that she's on the way to control 10. Looks good. Lost a lot of time here, dropping further behind one of the favorite teams, Sweden.
Switzerland's first team now to control the number 12. There have been some big mistakes.
And we're following Railgood out from control 12 towards 13.
Henriette seems to pace up now for Switzerland. They have a good team and they should probably be up fighting for top 6. Seems like Hungary is drilling alone in the front there with her own 14, and Finland has a good direction if she has the other one. Now Sweden takes the 10th control, but the TV is situated at control number 11.
You can see it now at control 10. We have Sweden.
We have good teams left.
Croatia there as well. It'd be good for Croatia to get in contact with Sweden.
On the last leg, so things will happen for sure. But a tough start for
You can see how Railgood is slowing down.
GPS here. Poland is turning and searching.
On the way, kind of a stop and go tactics. Not the worst thing to do here, as I mentioned it. It's very important that you always know exactly where you are. Doing proactive orienteering. It's very obvious that she is doing a stop and go tactics here, trying to take off features around her. It's a very special situation when you're suddenly in the lead on the first leg. Also running in the second team, of course, might not have really visualized that scenario. Here we have Spain now with TV control, and here we have Sweden 4 minutes 37 behind. But as I mentioned in the very beginning of the race, they have 2 Junior World Championship champions to come. With Freya Järne, the winner of the long distance, and Felicia Persson, the winner of the middle distance. So they have a very, very strong team. So it's important now for Tilia Olsson to refocus, to try to get her controls without any mistakes, further mistakes. You can see that Switzerland, second team, reached the control. Did she? I'm not sure if she was at the right one. She need to back out again. Yeah, probably. Good job here. All alone. Her lead is, I think, about a minute.
Tricky area we have just east side of the arena. And if you are planning to participate in the public races, they will start at 2 o'clock. So we will have the medal ceremony just before that, hopefully. Back to TV3, where Switzerland and Rahel Good is in the lead, 20 seconds ahead.
And we're back at the third TV control. This is Germany's first team, followed by Latvia and Australia's second team. They should be coming just a couple of seconds. Here we have Latvia. There's Australia.
Latvia, first team, she's 6.5 minutes after when she passes here.
So this is the replay and the mistake by Switzerland's first team and Sweden's first team. And look at this, it's a very similar mistake. Switzerland gets to the northern control there, following the other teams, then going back, but not really the right direction. Sweden getting there as well, going to the northern control, and then it's exactly the same mistake. But then Sweden misses the control. You can see how bad visibility must be in this part of the forest, because you are basically at the control.
But a few meters can make such a big difference here in this terrain, and the controls are placed quite low in some arches.
Important minutes that disappeared there at control 9 for both Switzerland and Sweden.
Are running really good, and we are expecting the pre-warning very soon. She has been out for 32 minutes now.
And
Good
control 14, we have Switzerland's second team there right now, so it should be just about a couple of seconds until we have Rahel Good at control 15 and the changeover. Let's say 20 to 30 seconds. She's not in the graphics here, she's ahead of Denmark. Rahel Good's gonna send out Leonie Mattis.
Super race so far. We are waiting for the first
Another race by Rahel Good.
very soon. We have 3 teams.
Not very good yesterday in the middle distance, 96 there, 13 and a half minutes behind, but really got revenge in this forest. And you could see that she had a clear tactics here, doing a lot of stop and go towards the controls, and being in the second team, being all alone in the lead, not getting nervous, continue with your tactics. That's very, very impressive. Good race here for Switzerland's second team. And Leonie Mattis out now, and I mean, she is a strong runner, 5th in the long distance, so she can definitely defend this position. 25th yesterday. Leonie Mattis, both of them experienced JWOC runners. They have been running the relay for the second team last year as well. Rahel Good then on the first leg, and she was the fastest then already. Leonie Mattis running the third leg last year in the second team. Waiting for the next team. Denmark should be on the way, Spain's second team as well, but direction's not perfect. They probably come from a different, not really sure which direction he has to take. So this is Denmark. Good start for Denmark. It's the first team here. Frida Karlgros. Sending out Ingrid Due Nygaard. Waiting here for the map. You can see that they already get the maps beforehand. Of course, not allowed to open it until they get the handover from the previous runner. It's a bit more than a minute, the gap between Switzerland's second team and Denmark, followed by Spain. The second team of Spain. Great run there by Joanna Monge. We have Czechia. 2 teams from Czechia actually. Australia in a great 5th position, 1:33 behind. Then Slovenia many teams coming here: Switzerland, Finland, and Sweden. It's Sweden's second team, though. We know that we have to wait a couple of minutes until we get the Swedish first team, and important for those nations here, Finland and Switzerland, and also Sweden's second team, being within 2 minutes. We also know that there's quite a big lead for the Swiss second team, so I would say that all the teams here still in a good position for the medals, for the fight for the medals. There's Norway coming, Hungary coming here. 2 minutes 14. Poland doing a mistake to control 15. To the last control, actually. As I said, we're still waiting for Sweden, and I think actually that Sweden did another mistake at control 13. Yes, indeed. About not as big as the previous one, but every second is important now. Here we have Poland, but first it's Ukraine to the changeover. Lina Klimeniuk sending out Daniela Panchenko. Behind we had France, Elisa Trochu sending out Lucie Goudion. Just a bit more than 3 minutes, the gap to the leading team from Switzerland, second Swiss team. 2 minutes to the second team then. Here is Poland. And second team, Kia Kusiko. And here we have Norway. The second team, Ronja Goch-Iversen, sending out Ine Bonhorst Dekdan. New Zealand with Rachel Baker. And 17, 4 minutes 17, and here we have her, Jane, the winner of the long distance, waiting. The big name of this Junior World Championship. She won the sprint as well, so 2 individual gold medals so far. Kind of similar to Mathieu Bure. She won the sprint, she won the middle, and then had a tougher, she won the long distance, and then had a tougher day at the middle distance, finishing 10th there. We're still waiting for Sweden, she should be on the way. And here I think she is, Tilja Olsson. Not Tilja Olsson, it's actually Estonia, so Tilja Olsson is doing a mistake here towards the last control as well. She's just over, she's a bit far to the north. And that's another mistake. Here she is. She was a bit far to the north, passing this control, couldn't really see the re-entrant, this small valley here. Missing the control, tough day here, tough start on the first leg for Tilja Olsson. Question is, how big is the gap? You know that Switzerland in the men's race won a medal with about 4 minutes, it's definitely more. For Sweden it will be around 6.5 minutes. And we have 2 junior world champions waiting for Sweden. First out, Freya Jane, sprint and long distance champion. And then followed by Felicia Persson, the middle distance champion. But first, Tilja Olsson on the last meters here. time stops at 6 minutes and 43 seconds. So this is the standing after the first leg, the first exchange in the women's relay. We had Switzerland 2, Rahel Good with a great race here. Running all alone, a minute ahead of the others in 33 minutes. And, well, very interesting to say, 6 minutes 43 behind Sweden. This is going to be a tough one. I wouldn't say it's over for them because, well, they're so strong runners and it's such a technical terrain. But it's going to be a tough task here for Team Sweden. As we are waiting at the second TV control, we are still waiting for Switzerland's second team. They could preserve their lead until control 2. So now we are waiting for Leonie Mattis. Here she is. Not perfect direction to the third control. She lost a couple of seconds here. See, about 20-25. We are waiting for Czechia. We are waiting for Switzerland. We are waiting for second team. Australia up there still. Slovenia. So here we have 2 Czech teams and Switzerland. Here we have Lithuania. Not only a strong relay in the men's race, also going strong here in the women's race in 5th. Australia. Erika Enderby. 37 seconds behind, still under a minute. Here we have Sweden's second team. Filippa Järne. 56th and 37th. Filippa Järne and the previous races. On Norway turning back. Yeah, she's not been at the previous control. She's struggled there and then followed the others to control 3, so she has to go back again. So Elise Rønner, not sure if she's turning back. It doesn't look like she has been on the second control. Well, turning back again. Anyway, we had Denmark there and Spain. 9 teams. The first TV control in under 1.5 minutes. And Norway definitely doing a mistake here. Hungary struggling at the second control as well.
It will be super exciting to see how Freya Janne makes it out there, going out quite far behind, chasing the leaders, Switzerland's second team, who is in the lead there. 19 has passed the first TV control.
Still waiting for the 10th team, team number 10 here. Could be Slovenia, but I think it was the runner we have seen in picture before, just passing that control, missing it by a couple of meters. Here we have France. New Zealand, Finland, with 2 teams here. Poland, Norway after a mistake, back here again. Yeah, Norway, she overshot the control, she followed the others to control 3, then had to turn back to control 2 all the way. I think she lost about 2 minutes here. This is the replay. Nearly not this for the second team for Switzerland. First control, no problem. You can then see if you focus at the exit from control 2, you're gonna see a small mistake there by Mattis. She struggled at control 2 already, then dropped down a bit too far to the south. And now look at Norway. She wasn't at control 2, following the others to control 3, then had to go back again. Lise Renard. And here we follow Freya Jan as well. Looks good. Maybe not the perfect direction out, but well, that's only around 5 to 10 seconds.
19 teams at the first TV control.
Behind we can see that the two Swiss teams now with a bit of a gap compared to Australia, Sweden's second team and Czechia.
Yeah, Hungary has been out for 10.5 minutes now to the first TV control. The fastest runner there so far, I think, is New Zealand with Tilde Favre.
An eye on the gap that Sweden had was 6 minutes 43. Changeover. Gonna follow that a bit throughout this second leg. We're waiting for next runners to come here. It's Hungary, first team. And here we have Sweden, and she's definitely closer. It's 6 minutes 20 seconds now. So 1:23 quicker compared to Mattis, but she did mistakes there as well. This is Czechia 2, looking for control. I think she's on the way to control 6. So the second of the forking controls. This is Czechia. You can see, and due to the forking, we now have Switzerland's first team in the lead. Mira Werder. She took advantage of the fact that she had the closer control at 5. I don't think that Switzerland's second team did a mistake at 5. It was just a longer control. So she dropped a bit behind. Czechia's second team hesitating there. You can see that. So the others pass again. I would say we now have quite a big group together very soon. After control 6 on the way to 7. Group consisting of Switzerland's first team, Sweden's second team, Czechia's first team, and Switzerland's second team, and Australia. And there's a gap down to Denmark, Czechia's second team, and Spain's second team. We follow Victory Skachova on the long way to 7, which is the TV control. She is followed by second Swedish team here, Filippa Järna. And Switzerland's second team did a small mistake at control 6. You can see it there. It's hard to see though, but she was at this control at the north to the north and then had to turn back again. So dropping a bit behind now. not only due to the forking, but also due to this small mistake. It's still very close to the leading group.
Right now, Spain 2 and Czech 2 is now at control number 6.
Interesting as well that
Czech comes out
Mira
of the
Verde for Switzerland going straight to 7.
straight on to the 7th
And it
control.
seems like Czechia and Sweden, second team, they round the corner, they stay on the street, as you can see in the
Against her
bottom
sister
right
Freya
corner there.
Järven. Family battle on the second leg of the JWOC relay.
Now it will be interesting to see whether Henriette taking the straight route choice, how we can compare that to the left route choice, taking the road all the way. We didn't really see that in the men's race.
We only saw some small, like JWOC doing a small shortcut, but for Switzerland it's Mira.
See that Switzerland, Mira Werder, very, very close to the red line. Perfect direction so far.
Czech 1, Sweden 2, Swiss 2, and
Looking well with her compass.
going on the left route choice that we have seen many times before.
But I think it's a smart decision to go around here.
It was not that easy to compare before because it didn't do it at the same time. But now we will see
Yeah.
how we compare.
Even if you would lose about 5 seconds or 10 seconds, gives you time to prepare what's coming, gives you some time to relax, not physically of course, but to let focus go for a couple of seconds. And there's always a risk when you go straight that you get stuck somewhere. You don't have perfect direction. Of course here you can just drop to the stone wall as well.
Down to the left, together with Norway 2, Poland 1 and Finland 1. Finland 1 is also a bit down now. Norway 1 is a bit ahead. Spain 2 just coming out on the road there. So let's see how Mira
No problem for Sweden's first team. Freya Järne at control 5.
almost crash when she comes down on the road together with those other runners. So quite soon we will have the first runner to the arena passage here.
Control 7 will get time indication then. You can see that the group's getting together again. Switzerland together with the second team of Switzerland and Czechia. And Sweden's second team cut the corner there at the very end, going through the green up to control 7. So we are waiting for either Sweden's second team or then the group with the 2 Swiss team and Czechia. And then about 20-25 seconds behind, we have Australia as well. Would be great for them to get back into one of the groups. Someone around. Yeah, here we have the Sweden second team. So good decision here to cut the corner, or was it? It's exactly the same time-wise. Filippa Järne, so don't get confused with the F there. And the Swedish name, it's not Freya Järne, it's Filippa Järne. And then Switzerland ahead of Czechia and Lithuania. I don't have Lithuania within the GPS here. It's a pity I have to remember this one. Australia up there as well, only 27 seconds behind, but it's 20 seconds between Lithuania and Australia. They don't have good direction out from this control. They have to be careful now to not miss the arena passage, the arena control.
So very soon we see the first runners coming here at the spectator area at the arena. We are waiting for the first runners to come down here to the arena and let them hear you and let them know that you are.
They're doing a mistake here. You can see it. That direction won't be a huge one, of course. You can just turn direction towards west, but it's a small mistake. Interesting that Australia is going into the same direction. I think she's gonna get a bit closer though, as we have Czechia as the first team here at the arena passage, followed by Switzerland, Sweden, Switzerland, and Lithuania. Actually, I think the Lithuanian team, that's a mixed team, so it's not only Lithuania. Next team at the TV control, Denmark. Sixth, 2 minutes behind. 1.5 minutes behind Australia. Australia, then we have here Rika Enderby at the arena passage. Great performance so far, very much up there in the fights for a top result. France at the TV control. We see Goudion. Next teams to get here. Czechia's second team. Slovenia. And then Spain's second team, Finland's first team. Should be here very, very soon. That's Finland. And it's the second team, Eli Kyläkoski. Here we have the first team, Lotta Nivukoski. 3 minutes 18 and 3:28 behind. Then we have Slovenia, 3:33. This is Spain. That's the second team for Spain. Norway is Renard. And here we had in 13th Freya Jane already. So 3:48. Let me see. I wrote it down from 5:23 to 3:48. So she is definitely getting closer to the top teams. And the top teams, talking about them, they are now on the second loop, spreading out here towards Control 9, towards this forking. I have Switzerland's second team and Czechia a bit more to the south. We have Switzerland's first team and Sweden's second team a bit more to the north. And Australia, quite similar to the Swedish second team, couple of seconds behind, but it's only about 10 seconds now compared to the Swedish team there. Here we have Freya Jane for the first Swedish team, getting closer and closer again. A really, really good race here by the long distance and sprint distance world champion. Not totally unexpected. The question is, how close can she get to the top teams here, to the leading teams? And now it's interesting, of course, for Freya Jane, because there are many teams between up to Denmark, so you can get a bit of help. I'm talking about a bit of help. I think Switzerland and Sweden kind of got help there by this yellow hill with the direction. My guess would be that they are heading towards the hill to the north. Both of them, or at least Switzerland on the first leg, had the marsh a bit more to the south. We are with Switzerland 2 and Czechia. Now they could spot the contour. You can see how well hidden they are. A small depression there. Can be very close to the control and not so see it. Australia hesitating into the re-entrance. She's close to the control now. I think she got it now. Not a big mistake. Let's say about 20-25 seconds. We've seen worse here. You can see it there. Switzerland and Sweden hesitating, but I think they're gonna get their control very soon as well.
Tricky direction. Sweden.
And interesting, yeah, look at this behind. Freya Järne already in the lead of the group.
Quite good direction.
Perfect direction.
Controls, I think. Maybe Swiss 1 and Sweden 2 has taken their control.
Sweden, the first team, they had the southern of the two controls further away. So my guess is that she's heading towards this re-entrant.
Momentum at the moment, but let's see what Freya Järne can do.
France and the second team from Czechia, a bit far to the north. They have to be careful now.
Far behind and are approaching TV2 now. They have struggled quite a lot on this leg.
I can see there are many teams behind Freya Järne. Not sure if everyone needs to have this control as well. Many taking chance probably just to get a good lift to 8 and then 9. No problems for Järne. And we are waiting at the third TV control. This is control 11. Czechia, Switzerland's second team. They should be first here, then maybe a gap of 10 seconds to Switzerland's first team and Sweden's second team. So we're waiting for Viktoria Skachova. And Leonie Mattis. This is Skachova. Here's Switzerland. I think they're a couple of meters behind. Ah, she doesn't really see the control, does she? Oh, that's... I think she's just following Skachova now. She was not able to spot the control. This is going to be a mistake for Switzerland. Following Czechia to the next control, hesitating now, turning back, but she will be caught by the teams behind, because here we have Mira Werder and we have Filippa Järne as well.
Still in good contention with the medal positions there. It will be a fun challenge for Signe Hörgård in the second team, going out in the leading pack, hopefully.
Australia with problems at control 9, I think it is. Now dropping behind, passed by Freya Järne, who punched at control 10, so we'll be at the TV control in well, 40 to 50 seconds. But back to Viktoria Skachova. No problems for Järne.
This could really be the comeback for her. We're waiting for more runners then to TV3 at the second leg. We're waiting for
I think, yeah, we should see Freya Järne very soon. Here she is, and look at this. 6 minutes 43 now turned into...
Here comes, is it true? It is
1 minute 59, so almost 5 minutes quicker.
15 position during that.
Yeah, this is crazy. 15 positions up in the result list, and almost 5 minutes quicker than anyone else, or at least than the leaders. And I mean, there's still about 10 minutes to go on this course, and maybe not 10 minutes, 8 minutes to go on this course. Wouldn't surprise me if she would catch the others in front of her with the speed she has at the moment.
This can be very exciting. Here comes Australia. Had some small mistakes there. But
Australia there into 6th with a mistake to control 10. 2:43 is still quite an okay result here, or a good result for Australia.
to see Freya Järne making such a super race when we needed it the most.
Back with some GPS. Czechia got the control at 12. You can see that Switzerland 2, still a couple of meters ahead of Switzerland 1 and Sweden 2.
Well, here comes Finland. I can think with two teams maybe. Yeah, both Finland 1 and Finland
New
2
Zealand there,
together
and
with New Zealand.
2 Finnish teams, 3 minutes and 11, 14 and 16 behind. Then we have the Czech team here, second Czech team, and Poland.
Coming a little bit wrong here for me, so I cannot tell you the exact. Now we get replay here.
This is the replay. I think we're gonna see Australia with a mistake here. First at control 9, and also Denmark with a big mistake just after the arena passage. Bad direction. Then Australia getting closer to 10, then starting to turn to the north. It's able to relocate at this marsh there. So that's why she lost contention to the leaders.
Is on the way, so there you see what happened to her. During the time we have had Poland and Norway as well as Spain punches there now. 4:21.
Spain was there as well. Into 14th, 4 minutes and 21. So had the second Norwegian team in 13th, 4 minutes and 10 seconds behind.
To be top 6 there and get to go on the prize giving ceremony that will be held afterwards here.
Waiting for Ukraine coming here.
See who comes as number 15 here to control. Nicer after rain.
Daniela Panchenko.
Quite fast when you
Then next one should be Lucie Goudion from France.
from the Ukrainian team. The first team comes there.
We're now 5 minutes behind Czechia, the leading team.
France. Here comes France punching, and it's the first team. But we are looking at the GPS. The first team are on the way to control number 13. And look
Yeah,
at
the big question, if we look at the GPS here, is Freya Järne able to close the gap before the changeover? Or does she leave a part of the job to Felicia Persson running down the last leg, the winner of the middle distance yesterday in the very same forest? It looks like could be a couple of seconds still then between the leading teams in Sweden, but it's less than a minute now, and we have, well, let's say 2 controls to go. They get the control at 13 without any struggles, which actually they don't really. We have Czechia getting her control first, Viktoria Skachova, but both Swiss teams struggled a bit, and now it's almost the case that Sweden can see the others exit control 13. So Freya Järne, really, what an incredible run by her. I can just repeat it. 6 minutes and 43 seconds behind at the changeover. Now she's up there again in the leading group, or just behind the leading group.
towards the second last control and pre-warning.
Not really sure if she has punched control 13.
So there she has the punch at the second last control, and she is in the lead. Let's see how big the lead will be then for
Actually, I think that Freya Järne might be doing a small mistake now. Or she's hesitating running out of the control, which is strange. I'm not sure if she was there. Well, might be a bit off with the GPS as well. Let's focus on Czechia. They punched at control 14, and followed by 2 Swiss team and Sweden's second team. And then it's just a couple of seconds down to Sweden's first team. Yeah, what an incredible performance here by Freya Järne. I mean, the others didn't do big mistakes. They did some hesitations. They had some smaller problems around the controls, but not 2, 3, 4 minutes. So it's a bit surprising that they lose 6 minutes 40 to Freya Järne, but she's very much up there now.
Sweden 1 has also been at the pre-warning.
And so here we are waiting at the last control. We are waiting for Victory Skachova. First, should be the first one to come. But this is her. Yes, indeed. She's gonna send out Marketa Hanusova on the last leg. 2 top 10 positions in the forest disciplines yesterday, and in the long distance then 9th position in the long distance and 4th in the middle distance, so a very strong runner here as well, Marketa Hanusova. How big is the gap then compared to the two Swiss teams and the second Swedish team? But let's take, yeah, here we have the second Swedish team, then the two Swiss teams, and here we have her Freya Jan as well in the chasing group, let's call it this way. So 4 teams to come with Sweden one, sending out Felicia Persson as mentioned before, Switzerland, Rafael Marxer. Switzerland second team, they are gonna have Sarina Grimm on the last leg, and the Swedish second team, they are represented by Signe Herdegård. Yeah, there, bit of a miss there at the changeover, but 4 teams together within, yeah, 5 teams within 27 seconds. And now there's definitely a gap down to the next team. I think about 1.5, 2 minutes. Yeah, 1.5 minutes. Norway. It's the next team to come. This is a replay. Finland probably struggling here at control 12. Too far to the north. Then overshooting the control. Lotta Nivukoski. It's about a 1.5, 2 minutes mistake by Nivukoski. We are waiting for Norway as the next team. Elise Renard. This is Minna Wingstedt waiting here. Elise Renard started about 2.5 minutes behind the leaders. Did then a mistake at control 2 and 3, where she kind of followed the others to the third control, had to turn back again, but after that she did a great race here. And now sending out Minna Wingstedt in 6th position. How big is the gap? I think it's somewhere around 3 minutes. Yeah, we have Norway to the changeover, but a finish here by Elise Renard. And the gap is, don't really get the time here, 2:51. She didn't lose that much time from the start to the finish, but of course she had that mistake there. Next team to the changeover should be New Zealand, followed by Australia. Great here by New Zealand. Sending out Phoebe Hunt on the last leg. Australia represented by Ella Claesson. A good performance here by the two teams from down under. Yeah, lost the shoe there in the last meters. So next group to come to the changeover is going to be Poland, Ukraine, Norway's second team, Czechia's second team, Spain's second team, Finland's second team. There's a group, and look at this. I mean, there is one straight line upwards, and it is Freya Janne. And well, unfortunately for the Swedish team, this is just a short middle distance on the second leg and not a long distance, because if you would continue with that kind of graphics, then of course you would have hoped for, well, every minute longer race would have been positive for Sweden. And now we get to this group that I just announced, to the last control. We're still fighting for top 10 positions here. Here they are. It's Poland first, then it's Ukraine, Czechia second team, Spain second team, and Finland second team here. I did miss Norway's second team. Oh, here she is. Yeah, a small mistake here, just before the finish. Ine Bonhorst takedown. A time gap for this group, it's 5.5 minutes upwards.
And then we have Spain 2, Czechia 2, Norway 2, and Finland 2 with Eli Kielikowski. And still no Finland 1. Now they are a bit behind, we must say. Losing 10 minutes to Freya on this leg.
Norway second team then standing out, Anna Ström Juliussen, getting the handshake here, or the clap, and starting on the last race of this year's Junior World Orienteering Championships. This is the replay for, yes, we're gonna see, yeah, check second team doing a mistake there. Out of control 12, not really getting up into this area where we have the 13th control. And again, it's so hard to relocate in this kind of terrain. Once you're off, of course, you try to spot features that you expect close to the control, and then it's very hard to relocate because no very clear features. But now we are at the TV control 1. And we had Switzerland there and Czechia. And I can tell you that Sweden did a mistake, or they are doing a mistake at the second control. I hope we're gonna see this. We had Denmark there in the graphics as well, but they're not in the fight. So it was Switzerland and Czechia and no other team so far. Gonna have Sweden 2 here, but we are waiting for Sweden 1 because she's doing a mistake, and she's doing a big mistake. Hope to see a bit of GPS very soon. This was Sweden 2 then with Signe Hördegård, and this is Switzerland 2 with Sarina Grimm. So where is Felicia Persson? Well, I can tell you, she is northeast of control 2. And she lost about 2 minutes at this control. So we had 5 teams at the changeover together. And now we lost Sweden 1 after this heroic comeback of Freya Janne. They now drop behind again. Here we have the standings at the second changeover. 10 teams within 5:38. I will prefer to focus a bit on the fight for the medal, on the fight for the gold medal. Sweden seems to be back on track now. She's close to the control. Here we have the leading group, the leading duo, Czechia and Switzerland. Rachel Markse and Marketa Hamisova. Sweden still not at the TV control. She is now at one of the controls at the options of 2. I guess it's the right one, not 100% sure though, because she exits the control not perfectly.
Here I can see Felicia Persson coming. She must have
And now here she
surprised
is,
with the
Felicia
beginning here.
Persson.
She went out only like 27 seconds after. Now
So
she comes in
27
at
seconds
first
behind at the
control.
changeover in this group, basically now 2:43, so more than 2 minutes mistake at control 2. That's gonna be tough to come back from, but I mean, we had the runner before, Freya Järne. She was almost 7 minutes behind and is now back, or got back into the leading group. We have been Mina Wingstedt, 3 minutes exactly gap. She started out 2.5 minutes behind, so lost half a minute compared to the leaders. But look at this, Australia and Claesson. She started, well, 2.5, 3. Yeah, she didn't lose that much time actually. About 20 seconds compared to Rachel Marxer. Here we have the replay. You can see Switzerland actually here behind Sweden, and then she is turning too far to the east, staying a bit too high. And here at this point, I mean, if you look at the compass and see the stone wall and the direction of it, should be very quick in relocating. Took her a couple of seconds though. Waiting for the next team. This is the second team from Finland. And Lehtonen. Also had New Zealand there. Phoebe Hunt, 35 seconds behind Australia. Now following Marketa Hannesova again. I can tell you she had a bit quicker option here at this forking. Of course, they had the longer one earlier in the race, but now she is in the lead at the 5th control. Rachel Marxer had to go a couple of more meters into the forest from the open field, behind about 25 seconds. But they'll be, I think they will get closer again at the next control if both of them get it without any problems. Switzerland 2 behind. They also punched the control now. But it is a gap now between the two Swiss teams, Czechia and Sweden 2. So I think it's going to be more or less 3 teams together. You can see it there. And they exit control 6. And then there's a gap to Sweden 2. And then there's another gap to Sweden 1. And Sweden 1, they have to be careful now to not invite Norway back into the fight. And even if you have 3 teams in the top there, there's only 2 medal positions because we have 2 Swiss teams. So it's either Sarina Grimm or Rachel Marxer fighting for the medal. You can see that the Marxer really trying to avoid the green, going to the south to be quicker on that street. And as you can see, they are together, Czechia and Switzerland. While Switzerland's second team, Sarina Grimm, mistake there at control 6, now dropping behind the Sweden's second team. As the race develops now, looks like a fight between Czechia and Switzerland, but well, gap's only a minute compared to the second Swedish team. And so much can happen with nervosity in the end, with the forkings, with the terrain, with the flat terrain, the technical controls. We have seen much bigger mistakes than 1 minute. We haven't seen much bigger mistakes than 3 minutes as well. Yeah, I'm in the tail here for the GPS, a minute. You can see it's exactly a minute down to second Swedish teams from the two leading teams here, Switzerland and Czechia. And then another 20 seconds maybe to the second Swiss team. Now we can see that Sweden, Signe Herdegård, going straight there. Here we have Hungary, changeover. Bianca Mikes, I think you see her because she had such good results throughout the weeks with 2 silver medals in the forest disciplines. But they are quite far behind, more than 15 minutes, unfortunately. But it's going to be interesting to see how many positions she can climb. In this field, almost 16 minutes behind. Yeah, and Switzerland and Czechia split up a bit. Czechia headed up into the terrain early, then backed out again. Switzerland now cutting the corner, but having an advantage of 10 seconds maybe. This is control 7, so this is the second TV control. We are waiting for Rachel Marksen for Switzerland, for the first team from Switzerland. Well, we're waiting for Czechia as well, but there's a small mistake here in execution of this 7th leg. So I think we're gonna see Switzerland first, and we have to wait a couple of seconds then for Marketa Hanusova. If they get the control without any problems. And actually it seems as if there's not a perfect execution by either of the teams. There is Switzerland, there is Czechia. They are doing a mistake at control 7, and of course you have teams behind. Between 2 here we have Hanusova showing up here first. Where is Switzerland? Where is Rachel Markser? She's not here yet. Yeah, she's doing a mistake. She was overshooting the control. Here she is. 10 seconds of a gap. She would have had the chance to be about 10 seconds ahead. Both of them did a small mistake, so I think they lost about 30 to 40 seconds here at this TV control. Let's look at the replay. These are the 2 Swiss teams. Sarina Grimm following Rachel Markser to the wrong forking, then she had to turn back. Losing more than a minute here.
So very
Back at the
soon,
TV control.
we will have the leader duo battling for the gold medal here. Maybe
This is Signe Herdegård for the second Swedish team. How big is the gap?
Now we see here her on the TV on a bronze
1 minute exactly.
1 minute after.
It was 40 seconds at the first TV control. It was more in between. It was more at the 6th control. Now we are back at exactly 1 minute. And we are waiting for more teams to come. We are waiting for Sweden's first team and Norway and Switzerland's second team. Switzerland's second team, not a good execution here to the 7th control by Sarina Grimm. So probably together with Felicia Persson and Minna Wingstedt. Here we have Felicia Persson first. 1:39 behind. She was 2.5 minutes behind before, so more than a minute quicker here from TV1 to TV2. This is Sarina Grimm. 1:53, and here we have Minna Wingstedt, approximately 2 minutes behind, but those three runners more or less together. Herdegård, that's a second Swedish team, so that's not Felicia Persson. Here we have Felicia Persson, so it's only a couple of seconds now between the first team and the second team for Sweden. Again, after the struggles we've seen for Felicia Persson at control 2. Now asking the coaches here actively for her position. It's not over, it's definitely not over, even for the gold medal for Sweden. Czechia and Switzerland together out from the arena passage. Switzerland now having this closest control, the re-entrant. Not totally sure about Czechia. Trying to figure out
strategy for the middle distance. She said that she went very carefully in the first half, and then she turned to become a more risk to keep the speed up. If she keeps on having that strategy, she will take some more risks now, I think, in the second loop. But we'll see. Maybe they'll change that strategy for today.
So Czechia has to go to the hill to the north. Switzerland has the re-entrant, so perfectly there for Rachel Marxer. Just scrolled through the replay of the previous two legs. I hope I could spot that right, but it looks like could be plausible. Back at the TV control, we are now also had Australia there in 7th for 38 behind. Here we have New Zealand, Phoebe Hunt into 8th. Still a tough fight between Australia and New Zealand. Here we have Finland. Second team though for Finland. Then Czechia's second team, Ukraine. And in the lead, we are at quite a decisive point. We had Poland here as well. Now, this is the replay. I'm gonna see a mistake here by Switzerland and Czechia just before control 7. Look at that. First, Czechia running up the hill, getting back again to the path. Then they are not perfectly in execution to the 7th control. Teams behind. Now we are live again. Czechia has gotten control. Switzerland as well. I think they're going to be together again at control 10, so no decision here at this control. Sweden 2 and Sweden 1 still on the way to their controls. So can't give you any feedback about this yet. Switzerland 2 is making a mistake, hesitating there just before the control. But actually very well executed by both Switzerland and Czechia. Sweden 1 seems to be on track. I'm more concerned about Sweden 2 because she's in between the two controls. Now heading north towards her teammate. So we see Höregård turning towards Felicia Persson. Let's see if that's the right control. Hesitating. I'm not sure about that. Stayed quite a long time there. Anyway, Sweden not a good exit from control 9. That's gonna be a mistake there for Sweden 1, Sweden 2, I think with a mistake as well, because she's ended up at the wrong forking. Now the chance for Switzerland and Czechia to make the gap even bigger. It was about a minute before, it's probably more now. So here we have Czechia, and we have Switzerland, Marketa Hanusova and Rachel Marxe in a kind of a picture we have seen throughout most parts of this course. And that means the two of them within 4 seconds. They split up every now and then. It's not that they are not actively orienteering. You could see at earlier points, and they had different micro route choices. Sweden 1 got the control now. Sweden 2 don't think so actually. So now passed by Norway, Ina Wingstedt, and Switzerland's second team, Sarina Grim. But back with the leaders, and from here it's actually not forked anymore. So they have the same controls all the way to the finish from here. 5 teams together out from the changeover after 2 legs. Now broken down to 2 teams only. It seems to be between Czechia and Switzerland, even though we get Felicia Persson here to the TV control, and I mean it's only 1 minute and 19 seconds, but if the 2 teams in the lead continue executing the leg as they did so far, I think it's going to be tough for Sweden to get back.
JWOC hanging up there. There can be some small hesitation on the last control maybe.
And now it's going to be a nervous situation for Switzerland, and it's going to be a nervous situation for Czechia as well. And Sweden kind of has nothing to lose. Well, not that much at least. I mean, they are clear favorites on beforehand. They are on home soil. And they kind of have the chance again to win the medal because they were quite far behind after the first leg. And being back in the fight should give you such a boost. I think they have good cards to keep a bit calmer compared to the others. Here we have Norway and Switzerland.
Quite a big mistake on control number 9, it looks like. Felicia, you can see the tail is 1.
And I like the fact that we had orienteering all the way to the last control. It's not that leg from 14 to 15. It's actually a bit orienteering left. We've seen quite many mistakes there towards the last control. So you have to be navigating all the way.
There are many teams searching for the 9th control, it feels like. But Mina Wingstedt is doing a really good race she's actually the fastest one so long.
Yeah, and a small mistake there again. Felicia Persson. 2-4 to the north. at control 12.
Control there. So the second she ran faster, she loses when she takes this control.
Interesting to see that
Little bit stress there.
it has been the same dynamics in this group behind here. It has been Hanusova ahead of Markse all the time. And in my opinion, the gap is a bit too big. If I would be Markser and if I would feel very good, I would try to be 1 or 2 meters closer. Because with a gap of 10, maybe more meters in a green area, you can lose contact. This is a mistake. First at control 10 by Sweden, then control 11, and as well control 12. So you can feel that she is pushing very hard. She's giving it all, but not perfect in the execution. Yeah, now they are not on a good direction, I can tell you. They have to be very careful now. I think they're off direction. This is not going to end well for Switzerland and Czechia. And it opens up again for Sweden behind. I'm quite sure that they are going to do a mistake here. I think they hope that we get back again with GPS. I think they do a small parallel mistake. They might realize it quick enough to turn back. Back here at the TV control, waiting for Ukraine, Australia, Czechia's second team, Sweden's second team, and New Zealand. So here we have them, Ukraine, Australia, Czechia, and Sweden. It's very, very interesting now with the leaders. Because they are they're quite far away from the control. And I'm not sure if they have control over the situation. And Sweden is getting closer. Look at this. I think that they thought that they followed this yellow line, straight line in, but actually they were too far to the south at this hill. And having a yellow bit there as well, going to the same direction, so they followed up there. But now they are in trouble, and you can see that they split up looking for the control, and they are passed by Sweden. And interesting now if Switzerland can spot Sweden or not. Probably not. So I think now suddenly we have Sweden in the best position here, because she seems to have control. It's all back now for Felicia Persson, and I think she's going to be the first one at control 13. Both Switzerland and Czechia with big problems here. At 13, they are off. I'm quite sure they did a parallel mistake. They thought they were running in where Norway is at the moment, and followed up, so that's why they're too far to the south. Looking for the control. Czechia probably going to get control 14 very soon, and then be able to relocate from there. But they are going to be passed by both Sweden. They're going to be passed by Norway and by Switzerland too. So now it's pole position for the victory again for Sweden. And it's a medal position for Norway and the second team for Switzerland. So Felicia Persson and Minna Wingstedt and Sarina Grin on the position for the medal. But let's see how Norway and Switzerland handle this situation. I'm quite sure that Czechia has control now again, because she has been at the null at 14. I don't think Rachel Marksen knows where she is, but she probably sees Czechia running quickly into another direction, following her. Switzerland at 13. I think she's the control now, just a couple of meters ahead of Norway. Minna Wingstedt, Sweden, punching 14 right there. I think this is gonna be the victory for Sweden in the women's relay as well. It looks very, very good. We are waiting at the last control, and what a race we have seen here today in Karlskrona in Arena Bussevik. In this forest, in this flat forest with many technical challenges. We are waiting for Sweden. There are a couple of teams here in between. Of course, she doesn't know about the fact that she's in the lead suddenly. She hasn't seen any one of the others, I guess. So in just a couple of seconds, we're waiting. We're gonna see Felicia Persson bouncing the last control. She should get here through the green very soon. Probably come from the other direction. Up the run in. Yes, here she is, and this is the victory for Sweden after a challenging first leg and almost 7 minutes behind. Freya Järne turned around on the second leg, getting from, I have to say it again, 6:43 behind to only about 25 seconds behind at the changeover. Felicia Persson then did a mistake in the beginning, quite a big mistake at control 2. Kind of lost it there, but in the very end she was the one having control to control 13, and she then secures the gold medal for Sweden. It's the third gold medal for Freya Järne, it's the second gold medal for Felicia Persson, and it is the first gold medal for Tilia Olsson this week. So congratulations to Sweden winning both the men's and the women's relay. But let's focus again for the fight for the other medals, because now we have Norway in pole position. They pounced first at 14, about 2 seconds ahead of Switzerland 2, and only a couple of seconds ahead of Switzerland 1 and Czechia 1. So they are all together at 14. So let's see here. I'm not sure. They seem to be hesitating a little bit towards 15. Let's see who's going to show up first here. We're waiting for Norway. We're waiting for Switzerland. I think it was Minna Wingstedt and it was Sarina Krim. There was Rachel Marks as well, but I don't think she has the control yet. So who is going to be first here? Is it Norway? Is it Switzerland? It is Norway. It is Minna Wingstedt ahead of Sarina Krim for Switzerland too. So silver to Norway and bronze to Switzerland's second team. They have been quite far behind as well, and I don't think that they noticed that they are in the medal fight, but they passed Czechia and they passed Switzerland's first team here in the very end. And actually Czechia and Switzerland, they do a mistake here at the last control. They had to risk something from control 14 to 15 in order to possibly win the medal. It was too much. They lost the medal here, or they didn't lose it at 15. They lost it at control 13. But with that, we're going to have Marketa Hanusova for Czechia into 4th position. And Rachel Marks here. This is tough. She was in the lead for such a long time. Didn't really manage to keep it together to 13. Switzerland 2 in 5th position. Next team to come here is Finland's second team. Then Lehtonen. They were happy with that. The second Finnish team, they should be. They are ahead of the first team, so they are finishing in, well, 4th position in the championships, 5th position in the competition here.
Place there, 3:12 after the winning team Sweden. And no more team has punched at the blue warning, it looks like.
There's no other team yet to come. I think Czechia too is at control 14. Very happy Team Sweden, of course. So who would have thought that they are going to be the winners after the first leg? And then again, who would have thought that they are going to be the winner after the second control on the last leg here? But let's see the replay. A mistake there by Felicia Persson. She missed both control 10 and 11 and then 12 again. And then here I think that Switzerland check it. I think that they are more to the north on this yellow kind of, I don't know what this line featured towards 13 where Norway is now, and then they do the parallel mistake, opening up the situation again for Sweden. And Norway and Switzerland too here in the fight suddenly without knowing it. And then the others, they get so close here. You can see it just a couple of seconds behind. They are in contention here just before the control, but then they did a mistake. Towards the last control again, giving away the medals, and here we have the second team for Czechia. To the finish. Katerina Stepova running this last leg here for the second team for Czechia. And I mean, you have a bit of time, so I can give you the names of the runners in the Swiss team, second team as well. I already gave you the ones from Sweden. The winners is the bronze medalist for Switzerland, Railgård, Leonie Mattis and Sarina Grimm. And in Norway, they competed with Jenny Danevad, Elise Runau and Mina Wingstedt. Here we have Ukraine into 7th, followed by Australia. A couple of teams here at the changeover to the third leg. So Australia in 8th position, and Ukraine celebrating because it's going to be a diploma for them. As I said, they finished 7th. You get 6 diploma, but there is a second team from Czechia, the second team from Finland, and second team from Switzerland as well. I think Rachel Marx actually mispunched as well. At least she's on the list here as a mispunch. Don't really know at which control. Don't know if she has been at 14, but I can't promise. It's very hard to say because I don't even have the right forkings for her. Anyway, it seems like Switzerland won, disqualified due to a mispunch. At least that's what I can see on the result list here. Here we have New Zealand to the finish as well, into 9th Phoebe Hunt. We follow Phoebe Hunt here to the readout. You can see we can get a glimpse of the readout tent here. I don't know if that's the problem there. Seems to be all fine on the result list at least. Probably asking about the position. A good result here for the teams from down under. Australia and New Zealand in 8th and 9th position, as I mentioned before. Quite many teams here with second teams ahead of them as well. 3, 4 second teams. No, 3 teams. So it's going to be a 6th or 7th in New Zealand. Mistake by Sweden 2 here.
Also a pre-warning of Poland's second team.
Actually, I think that Sweden 2 got to control 14 and now has to go back all the way to 13. She thought that she punched 13 at 14 and then followed to 15 instead of 14. Now she has to go all the way back up to 13 again. It's a very big mistake for Signe Hødegaard.
Counting away the second teams. Switzerland's first team are mispunched.
So we're still waiting for team number 10 to the finish. New Zealand on 9. Looking at the results here, I think we only have Czechia with 2 teams to the finish so far, and Sweden has the second team out there in the forest still. Norway, here's the second team coming from Norway. Switzerland with 1 team disqualified. Finland with the second team to the finish. So I think if you look at the official results, then it's going to be 7th for Australia and 8th for New Zealand. And 6th for Ukraine, as mentioned before, but the 10th team to the finish then in the competition, not in the nations ranking, is Norway's second team, just ahead of Poland. So now we have the top teams ready here. 10.5 minutes. The gap between Sweden 1, the winners of the competition, and Norway. Anna Ström Juliusen just finishing ahead of Poland. Here we have live with Sweden's second team, Finland first team, and Hungary. And I think we're gonna take the Swedish team, the second Swedish team, to the finish here as well. Just to summarize the competition a little bit, I mean, we've seen that both in the men's and the women's race. It was absolute drama here. Throughout the day, Sweden in the women's race with a tough start. So far behind, almost 7 minutes, then Freya Järne with this great run on the second leg, giving Felicia Persson the perfect start position into this last leg. She opened quite tough with a mistake to the second control, dropped behind, was behind almost all the way, and in the end it might have been her luck that she was not with the leaders, because she avoided the struggle they had and she kind of passed them without noticing it. There was drama behind as well. Switzerland with a mispunch and this big mistake together with Czechia, letting Norway and second Swiss team past them. Here we have Croatia to the finish as well. A very interesting team for the future with 2 Dilic sisters running for Croatia. Promise for the future there. Very interesting to follow that the coming years. Tine Ødegaard had a great start into the last leg, but then a tough second part of it with this huge mistake from 13 to 15, where she kind of ended up at 14 and then followed all the way down to the last control before going back to 13. We have France as well into 13th position. Fanny Dulay. Interesting name. Interesting to follow her in the future as well. Third place, a bronze medal in the long distance. And the fourth position in the sprint. France in 14th. She didn't have her best day though today. Started about 10 minutes behind. Now it's 14, so lost about 4 to 5 minutes here. We also had Riaguma Martinez, Spain second team. They have been very strong in the beginning of the competition, on the first leg especially. Some discussions ongoing here about the route choices or the execution of the routes. And for the runners, it's now... I think we're gonna maybe hear some interview as well. I'm not sure about that. So the runners they had this week now with many competitions. Their goal for the season, they have been preparing for kind of a year. Many of the runners they travel to this competition or to the areas as well on beforehand, trying to get used to the terrain. Now it's over. It's lunchtime. It's perfect weather. I think a couple of the teams gonna take a bath in the sea then, and in the evening, of course, it's gonna be the party as well. One of the highlights for each of the runners as we take Hungary to the finish. And the other very strong runner of this week, Janka Mikes, with a silver medal in both the middle and the long distance. And she did quite a good race. She didn't lose a lot of time, and given the position she went out in, that was quite a good performance. Here we have the top 10 though, with the medalists from Sweden, Norway and Switzerland. It is the second Swiss team though. The first team, they mispunched. They're not on the result list. They have been in the fight together with Czechia, the first team, for a long time, all the way to the third to last control. Kind of gave it away in the very, very end by doing a mistake to control 13. So those the top 10. And a short interview with the winning team.
In a very exciting competition today in the Women Relay Junior World Championship, you made it in the end. You took the victory also on the women's side. So, Tilia, Freya and Felicia, can you please take me through your races today?
I think I had a good start, and then after the arena passage, I made a big mistake and lost a lot of time. So I'm not so happy with my race, but it was fun to follow these two strong girls after my race.
All teams have problems today, so it's just to keep them as small as possible.
Yeah, I would say I'm very happy with the race. I try to focus on the orienteering and do my own race, and do as usual. And then, I did some small mistakes into some controls, but otherwise I'm very happy. And I think it's a different and it's a difficult terrain, so it's important to try to not do big mistakes.
It was a good beginning to the first control, but then to the second I made a very big mistake. So all the other teams ran away from me. But after the arena passage, I started to see some teams, so I got a bit motivated to run faster. But I think I missed all the controls a little bit after the arena passage. But then to the second last control, I saw the others, and I think I was first or second. And then I saw my good teammates on the way to the finish. So that was very cool.
Yeah, we noticed that probably Felicia will see them when they turn back, and then she will probably know that she is in the lead, and which she did apparently then. So great run, Felicia. So a big applaud for the winner of the Junior World Championship Women Class Forest Relay 2026, Sweden.
A fantastic, exciting race.
And of course, if you're running like Freya is doing, then doing as usual is, of course, always a good thing. Also, when you're almost 7 minutes behind. This is the mistake Felicia Persson was talking about to the second control. Well, she said that all of the teams had passed her. Well, that's not entirely sure or correct. It was 3 teams passing her. Would be interesting to know at what control Switzerland first team mispunch. Either it's one of the forkings here, or then it could be the second to last control, because I'm not 100% sure if her GPS was correct there, or if she wasn't at the control. Mistake here at 7 by the leading team. You could feel that, well, they are a bit under pressure. You don't really have to do a mistake there. You have the stone wall quite close, and then you kind of have direction up. Well executed to 9 and 10. At this point, I thought, well, they are quite good on the map at the moment. They are not giving it away. But then from here, 12 to 13, I really think that they thought that they are on this yellow part, leading almost all the way to 13. So they follow another yellow bit towards control 13, and then they do a parallel mistake. This is where the race was decided by Felicia Persson, not doing any mistakes on 14 and 15. In the end, an exciting race, very much of a comeback here for Sweden after the struggles they had on the first leg. Very, very technical terrain, very technical course as well, with a lot of forkings, as the runners highlighted in the interview afterwards as well. This was the last competition of JWOC 2026. Here are the final results again, and look at this progress curve here. Well, that's not a correct curve. You can see that 205 minutes behind. None of the teams was that far behind. Here they are waiting for the flower ceremony. It's not the medal ceremony, I guess. So they just get the flowers here. They will get the medals later on. We have the 3 teams from Sweden, from Norway, and from Switzerland. And of course, it is something special if you take a medal as the second team of a country, because it's not only that you have to be top 2. You only have to beat, you also have to beat the first team or the other team of your nation. There's only one team that can get a medal, so very well done here by the Swiss second team, consisting of Rahil Goots, Leonie Mattis and Sarina Grimm. They have been up there all the way from the first leg. They have done very consistent runs throughout the whole competition, even though Sarina Grimm, she missed a bit in the middle, and I thought now she drops too far behind that control 5 and 6, but she kept together and she kept believing, which is an important thing as well. Norway then in second position. Good run there as well on the last leg. Could see that Minna Wingstedt was in the driver's seat when she was together with Sarina Grimm in the very end. And Team Sweden with probably the MVP of the day, the most valuable player, Freya Järne, with a great performance on the second leg, really getting her colors back in the fight for the gold medal. So those the 9 medalists for today. It's Sweden again after the victory in the men's relay as well. There we had Sweden ahead of Finland and Switzerland. So Switzerland with 2 medals today, with 2 bronze medals today, and Sweden with 2 gold medals today. And Norway and Finland with silver medals in the men's and women's relay. This was the flower ceremony. As I said, they will get the medals later on.
In just a while, so boys who were top 6, get ready to take the right jacket on you. We are preparing the medal ceremony.
Some supporters for Norway, and I think it was Emily Wingstedt there, father of Minna Wingstedt, of course, very, very happy. Those are the final results of the women's relay. You can see that Sweden won it ahead of Norway and Switzerland's second team. It was a tight fight also between Czechia and Switzerland's first team there. But they did a mistake towards the last control, and then we had the mispunch for Rachel Marxe for the first Swiss team. And the finish, just take a look here. How many teams we got to the finish yet? I think we have 22 teams. So we have France 2 here. And then we have Great Britain 1 into 22nd, now maybe 21 teams then. Again, the final results in the men's relay. Even there we had Sweden as the winners, 29 seconds ahead of Finland, and Switzerland, no second team there in the top 3. Top 20 for Italy as well. Those were the top 20 of the men's relay. And with the Swedish flag waving in the background in the beautiful blue sky, you almost can't differ the color of the flag and the color of the sky behind it. I think we're gonna wrap it up for this year's Junior World Orienteering Championship. Great races here, both in sprint, interesting sprint competitions, and great forest competitions with challenging and interesting terrain here. We're gonna be back with live orienteering already next week with the World Championships for the elite. Thank you for watching, and hope you will watch again next week. Be back then for the World Championships of the elite runners. Have a nice day, and bye bye.